Chapter 1. The night the performance ended. My wife ended our marriage on a Tuesday night in October, standing in the kitchen with a dish towel in her hand, and she did it with one sentence. She didn't say she was leaving. She didn't say there was someone else. There wasn't. She looked at me the way you look at a stranger who has been living in your house for 20 years, and she said, "I don't know who you are. I don't think I ever have." I want you to understand what kind of man was standing in front of her when she said it, because that man is the reason I'm talking to you now. That man had never once forgotten an anniversary. He coached his son's baseball team for 6 seasons. He mowed the neighbor's lawn when her husband was in the hospital and refused the $20 she tried to press into his hand. He worked late without being asked, drove everybody to the airport, listened to everyone's problems, and never, not once in his adult life, started an argument. If you had asked anyone in our town about me, they would have said the same thing, word for word. He's the nicest guy you'll ever meet. And my wife was standing in our kitchen telling me that this man, this nice, helpful, agreeable, dependable man, was a stranger to her. Not a bad husband. A stranger. She wasn't angry when she said it. That was the worst part. Anger I could have worked with. Anger means there's still something alive in the room. What was in her voice that night was something much colder. It was the sound of a woman who had spent 2 decades trying to find a person inside the performance and had finally, quietly, given up. I remember gripping the edge of the counter and feeling something I couldn't name. It took me years to name it. It wasn't heartbreak, not at first. It was panic, and underneath the panic, if I'm going to be honest with you, and this whole book only works if I'm honest with you, underneath the panic was a strange, guilty flicker of relief. Because some part of me, some part one, had kept locked in the basement of myself since I was a boy, knew exactly what she meant. She was right. She didn't know me. Nobody knew me. I had made sure of that. I had spent 49 years building a man for other people to approve of, and I had built him so well that when my own wife went looking for me, she couldn't find anyone home. That's what this book is about. It's not about becoming a jerk. Let me say that right at the start, because the moment a man hears someone say, "Stop being so nice," he pictures the opposite, some swaggering loudmouth who treats waitresses badly and calls it confidence. That is not where we're going. I have no interest in turning you into that guy. That guy is running a performance too, just a different script. This book is about something harder and much simpler. It's about the difference between being nice and being honest. It's about what it costs a man to spend his whole life purchasing approval, and what it takes to stop. Here's the idea underneath everything I'm going to tell you, and I want to plant it now so you can test it against every story that follows. Niceness, the kind I practiced, the kind I suspect you might practice, since you picked up a book like this, is not a virtue. It is a strategy. It is a strategy a certain kind of boy develops, usually early, usually for good reasons, to stay safe and to be loved, be agreeable, and nobody leaves, be helpful, and nobody gets angry, need nothing, and nobody is disappointed in you. It works, more or less, when you're 8. The problem is that nobody ever tells you to put the strategy down. So you carry it into your friendships, your career, your marriage, your bed, and everywhere you carry it, it does the same quiet damage, because a strategy is not a self. People can live next to a strategy for 20 years. They cannot love one. There's nothing there to love. There's only the performance, smiling, nodding, asking how everyone is doing, terrified of the one question it can never answer, which is, what do you actually want? I could not have told you what I wanted that night in the kitchen. I'm not being poetic, I mean it literally. In the weeks after, when we sat in the marriage counselor's office, and she asked me plainly, what do you want? I sat there like a man who had been asked to speak a language he'd never heard. I could tell you what Anna wanted, or what I guess she wanted, in extraordinary detail. I could tell you what my boss wanted, my mother wanted, my son wanted, what the neighbors probably thought of our hedges. I was fluent in everyone's wants but my own. 49 years old, and the honest answer to the simplest question a person can be asked was, I have no idea. I never let myself find out. Maybe you're further along than I was. Maybe you're 28, and you just notice that you say yes to everything and resent all of it. Maybe you're 60, and the resentment is all you have left. Wherever you are, I'd bet money on a few things about you. Because we come off the same assembly line, I'd bet you're tired in a way that sleep doesn't fix. I'd bet the people around you have no idea how angry you are, and that you'd be ashamed if they found out, because anger doesn't fit the costume. I'd bet you keep score. You'd never admit it, and I'll get to that ledger soon, believe me, but you know exactly who owes you, and how much, and how long they've owed it. And I'd bet that somewhere, under all that management and maintenance, there's a voice you've gotten very good at ignoring, and it's been asking the same question for years. When is it my turn? I'm not a psychologist. I want that on the table too. I'm a retired engineer from a town you've never heard of. I spent 30 years designing and building industrial pumps, and I was good at it, because engineering rewards a man for telling the truth about what's actually happening inside a system, instead of what he wishes were happening. That training is the only credential I'm going to claim. At 49, I finally turned that habit on the system I'd been avoiding my whole life, which was me. I read everything I could find. I sat in rooms with other men and said things out loud I'd never said in private. I made a study of my own wreckage, the marriage, the career I let people pick clean, the friendships that were really unpaid jobs, and I rebuilt, slowly, with a lot of help and a lot of embarrassing failures, something like an honest life. Anna and I are still married, by the way. I'll tell you now so you're not reading the whole book bracing for the divorce. But I want to be careful here, because I'm not selling you a fairy tale. We stayed married because that night in the kitchen turned out to be the first honest conversation of our marriage, and because she had the patience, barely, to wait and see whether the stranger in her house would ever introduce himself. It got worse before it got better. When a nice guy starts telling the truth, things always get worse before they get better, and I'll show you why. Some of what I dug up in those years I am still not proud of. You're going to hear about the night I put my fist through a door an inch from where my son's poster hung. You're going to hear about the money I gave away to buy a friendship that was never for sale. You're going to hear what I was doing in my truck in a grocery store parking lot at 11 at night, and why a 74-year-old ironworker named Ray, the best man I've ever known, once looked me up and down and called me a liar in a sweater. He was right, too. That's the hardest thing I've had to accept, and it might be the hardest thing in this book, so I'll give it to you early and let it sit. The nice guy is not honest. He believes he is God. He believes he is. He'd tell you honesty is one of his core values, but his entire way of moving through the world is a lie. He hides what he wants. He hides what he thinks. He hides what he feels. Most of all, what makes him angry. He agrees with things he doesn't agree with, laughs at what isn't funny, and says it's fine, it's no problem, when it is not fine and it is very much a problem. He does all this and calls it being easygoing. It isn't easygoing. It's a full-time job of concealment, and everyone close to him can feel the concealment even when they can't name it. And that feeling is exactly what my wife was naming in the kitchen when she said she didn't know who I was. You cannot know a man who won't show you anything real. You can only know his performance, and a performance, however pleasant, is a lonely thing to be married to. So here's how we're going to do this. I'm going to tell you where the performance comes from, because you didn't choose it, and you shouldn't be ashamed of the boy who built it. I'm going to show you its machinery, the silent bargains, the secret ledger, the anger under the floorboards, because you can't dismantle what you can't see. Then I'm going to walk you through the way out, the way I actually walked it, saying no and surviving it, wanting things out loud, building fences, finding real friends, all of it, not as theory but as one man's field notes, with the scraped knuckles still showing. I'm going to keep it honest even where honest is unflattering, because you've been lied to enough, mostly by yourself. One more thing before we start, and then I'll take you back to where it all began. In my mother's kitchen, which was a weather system, and my father's garage, which was a museum of everything he never let himself want. If you take nothing else from tonight, take this. That voice you've been ignoring, the one asking when it's your turn, is not selfish, and it is not your enemy, and it is not going away. It's the last honest part of you, and it's been waiting a long time. The performance ends when you finally answer it. For me, the answer started in a kitchen in October, but the question was planted 40 years earlier in a small brick house on Delmore Street, where a boy figured out that the safest thing he could possibly be was good. That's where we have to go first. Chapter 2. Where Good Boys Come From. Every nice guy the first have ever met, and by now I have met hundreds. In church basements, and hotel conference rooms, and folding chairs in a buddy's garage, can tell you the exact moment he learned the rules. He doesn't always know that's what he's telling you. He thinks he's just sharing a childhood memory. But listen to enough of these memories, and you notice they're all the same memory wearing different clothes. Somewhere, early, a boy discovered that the people he depended on could not handle him as he actually was, and that a carefully edited version of him kept everyone calm. That discovery is the seed. Everything else, the marriage trouble, the doormat career, the resentment, all of it grows from that one seed. Here's mine. I grew up in a small brick house on Delmore Street, in a factory town where every man I knew worked with his hands and most of the women were tired. My mother was not a monster. I want to be careful with her memory, because this isn't a book about blaming your parents, and she carried burdens I didn't learn about until I was grown. But living with her was like living with weather. You didn't ask what kind of day it was going to be. You read the sky. And I became, by the age of 7, one of the finest meteorologists you have ever seen. I could stand in the doorway after school with my hand still on the knob and tell you, from the sound the dishes made, from the angle of her shoulders at the sink, from whether the radio was on, exactly what kind of evening we were about to have. Dishes set down quietly, radio playing, shoulders loose, safe. Cabinet doors closing a little too firmly, no radio, safe for now, but stay useful. Silence, total silence, and the smell of cigarettes in the afternoon. Go to your room, be invisible. Tonight is not a night to need anything. I thought this was a superpower. I want you to hear that. I was proud of it. I could manage my mother's moods better than my father could, better than anyone. If I came home to a storm, I knew the moves. Set the table without being asked. Tell her something good a teacher said about me. Ask about her day and listen, really listen. With my chin in my hands, 8 years old, nodding along to a grown woman's grievances about her sister and the neighbors and the money. I learned that my listening calmed her. I learned that my needs did the opposite. If I cried about something, if I asked for something at the wrong time, if I was loud or messy or angry, the sky darkened, and it darkened at me. So I did the math a child does, silently and without knowing he's doing it. My feelings make things worse. My helpfulness makes things better. Therefore, the safest boy to be, the most loved boy available to me, is a boy with no feelings and endless helpfulness. That's the whole trade. Right there, and I made it before I lost my baby teeth. It never once occurred to me to renegotiate. You don't renegotiate physics. It was simply how the world worked, and I want to say clearly, it was a smart trade. That's what nobody tells men like us. Adaptation is intelligence. The boy in that doorway sized up his actual situation and built exactly the tool it required. If you did the same thing, then whatever it's cost you since, understand that it began as an act of intelligence by a child who had limited options. You didn't develop a character flaw. You developed a survival strategy. The tragedy isn't that you built it. The tragedy is that nobody ever told you that you could put it down. Now let me tell you about my father, because he's the other half of this, and in some ways the sadder half. My mother taught me the rules, but my father showed me every single day for 18 years what a lifetime of following them looks like. My father was a machinist, and he was the nicest man in town. I don't say that fondly, I used to. I say it now the way a doctor reads an x-ray. Everybody loved Walt. He fixed things for people, mowers, fences, kids, bicycles, and never took a dime. He worked 31 years at the same plant, covered every shift anyone ever asked him to cover, and was passed over for foreman 4 times. 4 times. In favor of louder men he then had to train. He never complained. That was his whole reputation, the man who never complained. At his funeral, and he died at 63, in his truck in our driveway, of a heart attack on his way to help somebody move a piano, at his funeral, half the town showed up and every single person said a version of the same sentence. Walt was the nicest man I ever knew. I sat in the front pew hearing it over and over, nicest man, and I remember thinking it sounded less like a tribute and more like a cause of death. Here's the thing about my father that I didn't understand until I was standing in his garage a week after the funeral, sorting his things. My father wanted a boat. I knew this the way you know things about your father, from fragments. A magazine he'd leave, folded open. A way he had of slowing the car when we passed the marina. Just slightly, maybe 2 miles an hour, but I felt it. In the garage that week I found, in the bottom drawer of his workbench, a set of plans for a 16-foot wooden sailboat, hand-drawn copies, worn soft at the folds from being opened and refolded. Taped inside was a list of materials in his careful machinist's printing, priced out, dated. The date was 9 years before he died. And stacked along the back wall of the garage under a tarp was some of the lumber. He'd been buying it a board or 2 at a time, good marine plywood and white oak, for years. He had the plants. He had the materials. He had the skill, my God, he had the skill. The man could machine a part to within 1,000th of an inch. He never built the boat. He never told anyone he wanted the boat. I stood in that garage holding those soft folded plans, 40 years old, and I cried harder than I had at the funeral, and I didn't fully know why yet. Now I know why. I wasn't crying about a boat. I was crying because I was looking at the clearest picture anyone will ever draw of how a nice guy dies. Surrounded by people who love what he does for them, owed favors by half the town, and holding, folded up in a bottom drawer, an entire life he never gave himself permission to want out loud. I'm going to come back to that boat. I promise you that. But first I need you to see what those two people, the weather system in the kitchen and the saint in the garage, added up to for the boy watching them, because the arithmetic is the same in millions of houses, and one version or another of it probably ran in yours. From my mother I learned that love is conditional, and the condition is my usefulness. From my father I learned that a good man is a man who wants nothing. Put those together, and you get the complete operating manual of the nice guy. Earn your place every day through service and agreeableness. Never add to anyone's load. Never show anger. That's what bad men do. Never show need. That's what weak men do. If something hurts, handle it privately. If you want something, want it quietly, in a bottom drawer, in a parking lot, somewhere it can't inconvenience anybody. And if you follow all the rules faithfully, someday, somehow, someone will notice how good you've been, and everything you never asked for will simply be given to you. That last line is the cruelest part of the whole program, so stay with me on it. Every nice guy is running on a secret promise, and the promise is this: if I am good enough, long enough, it will eventually be my turn, and I won't even have to ask. The boy believes it because for a child, it's half true. Be good, and eventually there's dessert. Be good, and eventually it's Christmas. The man keeps believing it long after the world has stopped honoring it, because the alternative is terrifying. The alternative is that nobody is keeping score on your behalf. Nobody is coming to hand you your life as a reward for your patience. And every year you spend waiting to be chosen is simply gone. My father waited 9 years with the lumber already paid for. Read that again if you need to. The boat wasn't waiting on money. It wasn't waiting on skill or time. It was waiting on permission. And the only person who could grant it was the one person he'd never learned to ask. Maybe your house was different. Maybe it wasn't a mother like weather. Maybe it was a father with a temper, or a parent who was sick, or gone, or just so overwhelmed that there was no room at the table for your interior life. So you folded it up small. Maybe it was divorce, and you became the easy kid, because the hard kid was taken. Maybe nobody did anything wrong at all, and the message still got through, 'cause it's in the water in a lot of places. Be a good boy, don't be selfish, keep everyone happy. The details matter less than the conclusion the boy draws, and the conclusion is always the same. Who I actually am is a problem. Who they need me to be is safe. I'll be who they need me to be. And here's the last thing I'll say about that boy before we move on, because it's the thing I most needed to hear, and nobody said it to me for 40 years. That boy deserves no shame. He was brilliant. He kept the peace in a house he didn't design, with tools he invented himself, at an age when his only other option was to suffer. Somewhere along the way, you and I stopped being that boy and became men. Men with paychecks and trucks and wives, men with options he never had. But we kept running his program, out of loyalty, out of habit, out of fear, and a program written by a frightened 8-year-old, however brilliant, is no way to run a marriage, a career, or life. The program has a machinery to it. It has moving parts you can name, and once you name them, you start seeing them everywhere. In your week, in your last conversation, in the thing you said yes to this morning while your stomach said no. The first and biggest moving part is a kind of deal. A deal you and I have been striking with everyone we love, dozens of times a day, our entire lives, without ever once saying it out loud. My whole marriage nearly drowned in those deals. In the next chapter, I'm going to show you the night I finally caught myself striking one, over a birthday dinner, of all things, and we're going to drag that deal into the light where we can both get a good look at it. Chapter 3. The Silent Bargain. About a year into trying to fix myself, when Anna and I were still circling each other carefully like two people walking on a frozen lake, I caught myself in the act. I want to tell you about it, because it was small, and that's the point. The machinery I'm going to show you in this chapter doesn't run on big dramatic moments. It runs on Tuesdays. It was her birthday. I had done what I always did for her birthday, which is to say, everything. I'd taken the day off work without telling her. I cleaned the house top to bottom. I drove 40 minutes to the good bakery, the one she'd mentioned once, years before, in passing, because nice guys keep files like that, were archivists of other people's preferences. I cooked her favorite dinner. I arranged for her sister to call at just the right time. I did all of it, and I stood back, and the evening rolled out beautifully, and she was happy. And at about 9 o'clock, when she said she was tired and wanted to turn in early with her book, I felt it, a hot, tight, bitter little clench in my chest. If you'd hooked me to a machine and asked me what I was feeling, and if the machine forced me to tell the truth, it would have said one word: cheated. Cheated. On her birthday. After a day I had volunteered for, start to finish, a day she never asked me to produce. And because by then I'd spent a year learning to catch myself, I stood in the bathroom with my toothbrush, and I asked the question you have to learn to ask, which is, cheated out of what? What exactly was I owed? Nobody had signed anything. Nobody had promised me anything. And the honest answer came up out of the dark like a fish, and it was so ugly and so clear, I actually laughed out loud. I had expected the day to buy something. Affection. Desire. A particular kind of night. I had expected it so completely that her sleepy kiss on my cheek felt like a breach of contract. And she had never seen the contract. I'd written it, signed both our names to it, and filed it where I file everything real about me in a drawer she didn't know existed. That's the silent bargain. I want to give it a name and a definition, because once you can name it, you'll start seeing it everywhere, and seeing it is most of the battle. A silent bargain is a gift that's secretly a purchase. It's anything you give, effort, favors, patience, listening, loyalty, that has an invisible string tied to it, an expectation of return that you never speak out loud, usually not even to yourself. The nice guy's whole life is stitched together out of these deals. He gives and gives and gives, and he genuinely believes he's generous, and the people around him get showered in gifts that are actually invoices, and everyone wonders why the air feels heavy. Let me be an engineer about this for a minute, because the mechanism matters. Ask yourself why the bargain has to be silent. Why not just say it out loud? Say, Anna, I'm going to make your birthday wonderful, and in exchange I'd like you to desire me. Say it like that, and you hear immediately how absurd it is. You can't purchase desire, but notice something else. Saying it out loud would also be a risk. She could say no. She could say, I don't want the trade. And there it is. The nice guy keeps the bargain silent because a spoken request can be refused. He learned as a boy, we covered this, that asking directly is dangerous, needs make the weather turn. So he developed a workaround, and the workaround is this: never ask. Instead, give and hope and keep the terms secret so that nobody can ever actually reject you, because nobody ever knows a deal was on the table. It feels safer. It is safer in the way that never leaving your house is safer. You've eliminated rejection by eliminating the request, and you've eliminated the request by eliminating yourself. But the invoice doesn't disappear just because it's unspoken. That's the part that took me longest to accept. The expectation sits there under the floorboards, accruing, and when it isn't paid, and it's usually not paid, because the other person doesn't know it exists, the nice guy doesn't shrug it off. He records it. We'll spend the whole next chapter on the ledger where he records it. What I want you to see right now is the flavor of the transaction itself, how it corrupts things that should be clean. Because here's what the silent bargain did to my marriage over 20 years, drip by drip. It meant Anna could never receive anything from me at face value. She told me this later, in one of those conversations that are only possible after the ice has already broken. She said, I always knew there was something attached. I couldn't have told you what. But nothing from you was ever free. I could feel it. Everything came with a little hook in it, and it made me tired. A gift with a hook in it doesn't feel like love. It feels like management. She could sense she was being managed, handled, softened up, and the awful irony is that the sensing made her pull back, and her pulling back made me give harder, because giving was the only lever I had, and my giving harder made the air heavier, and around we went for 2 decades. Nice guys always think the answer is more. More flowers, more help, more patience. If she's distant, do more. It never once works, and now you know why. The problem was never the quantity of the giving. The problem is that none of it was free, and she knew it before I did. And it wasn't just her. Once I started looking, the silent bargains were everywhere. My whole life was a filing cabinet of them. I had a friend, I'll call him Doug. I mentioned I'd get to him. Doug and I went back to high school. Doug was loud, funny, always in some kind of interesting trouble, and I was his audience, his designated driver, and his bank. When Doug's transmission died, I lent him $3,000 I did not really have. Anna was against it. I did it anyway, and I want you to hear the actual reason. Not because Doug needed a transmission. Because Doug, being in my debt, felt, to the boy running my software, like insurance on the friendship. He can't leave if he owes you. That was the bargain. $3,000 for permanence, and Doug never signed it, never knew about it, and when the years went by, and the money never came back, and Doug drifted in and out of my life exactly as he always had, I got to sit alone with a resentment I had purchased at retail. You cannot buy loyalty, but a nice guy will bankrupt himself trying, because straightforwardly saying I need this friendship, are you in it or not, is a question, and questions can be answered no. Work, same machine. I stayed late for years, not sometimes, not during crunches, as a lifestyle, and I told myself it was work ethic. It wasn't work ethic. My father had work ethic. He took pride in the parts he machined. What I had was a bargain. Every unpaid Saturday was a coin fed into a machine I believed would eventually, without my ever asking, dispense the promotion, the raise, the recognition, feed the machine long enough, and someone would notice how good I'd been. I want to say this as plainly as I can, because there may be a young man listening who still has time to hear it cheap instead of learning it expensive. Nobody is coming to notice how good you've been. The world does not audit your sacrifices. There is no cosmic payroll department, and the people who do notice your endless unbilled overtime are, mostly the people who will happily spend it. The reward for being the man who never asks is that you become the man who never receives, and everybody adjusts to the price you put on yourself, and the price you have put on yourself is 0. We'll see exactly how that plays out with women later in a chapter that may sting, because women didn't invent that market. I set my own price, everyone else just paid it. Now, I know what the defense says, because I ran the defense for decades. The defense says, so what? Giving is good. Would you rather I be selfish? And this is where I need to make the most important distinction in this chapter. The problem is not generosity. Real generosity exists, and it's one of the best things a man can do with his strength. The whole test, is what happens inside you when there's no return. Give a thing and get nothing back, no thanks, no notice, no reciprocity, and watch yourself. If what you feel is nothing, or something like warmth at having done it, congratulations, that was a gift. If what you feel is that hot little clench I felt on Anna's birthday, that flicker of cheated, then it was never a gift. It was a purchase, and the purchase failed, and no amount of calling yourself generous will change what it was. I ran this test on my own life, and I am telling you, it was carnage. 90% of what I had called kindness failed the test. 90% of it had a hook in it. The nicest man anyone knew was, underneath the sweater, a man running a store where nothing was marked with a price but everything cost. And every person in my life was somehow, mysteriously, always behind on a bill they never agreed to. So here's the assignment, and this book will have assignments, because insight without practice is just entertainment. For the next week, don't change anything. Just watch. Every time you give something, your time, your help, your agreement, a favor, watch for the string. Ask the fish question, quietly, honestly. If they never repay this, never even acknowledge it, am I truly fine? Don't judge what you find. The boy who learned to trade service for safety was doing his best. Just count the hooks. You need an honest inventory of them, because in the next chapter, we're going to open the book where every single one of those unpaid invoices got recorded. The ledger, the secret one, the one you'd swear you're not keeping. And I'm going to show you what happens when a quiet man's ledger finally comes due, in my case, over a dishwasher, on an ordinary Sunday afternoon that my son still remembers. Chapter 4. The Ledger. Ask a nice guy if he keeps score, and he will look genuinely wounded. Keeping score is for petty people, and he is the least petty person he knows. He forgives everything. He lets everything go. Ask his wife, though. Ask his brother or the guy who's worked next to him for 10 years. They'll tell you something different. They'll tell you about a certain silence he goes into, a certain way he says, no, it's fine, with a face that is not fine. They'll tell you that they always somehow feel a little guilty around him and they can't say why. That feeling has a source. The source is the ledger. The ledger is where the silent bargains go to be recorded. Every unpaid invoice from the last chapter, every favor that wasn't returned, every sacrifice nobody noticed, every time he swallowed what he wanted and nobody appreciated the swallow, It all gets written down in a book he keeps in the dark, with entries going back decades. I'm telling you it exists because I kept one, and mine was immaculate. I could have told you, on the night Anna said she didn't know who I was, exactly what she owed me. I could have told you what my boss owed me, down to the weekend. I knew what Doug owed me with interest. I knew what my mother owed me, and that section of the ledger was 40 years long. I had never once, in my life, said any of it out loud. I would have denied the book existed, but every entry was in my handwriting. Here's the first thing you need to understand about the ledger, and it's an accounting rule. Resentment is the interest the ledger charges. An unspoken expectation doesn't just sit there at face value. It compounds. The Saturday you gave up for your boss in March is a bigger debt by November because you've reread the entry 50 times, usually at 2 in the morning or in traffic, and every rereading adds a little interest. This is why nice guys are so much angrier than anyone knows, angrier than they themselves know. It's not that worse things happen to us. It's that nothing is ever settled, nothing is ever written off. Because settling a debt would require presenting the bill, and presenting the bill would mean admitting there was a bargain, and admitting the bargain would mean asking for something, and asking is the one move the software forbids. So the book's never clear, the interest just runs. A man can walk around with 30 years of compound resentment under a cardigan and a friendly wave, and the town will call him the nicest man they know, and they'll be describing a pressure vessel. I'm allowed to use that image. I designed pressure systems for 30 years, and I can tell you what every engineer knows about a vessel with no relief valve. It does not matter how thick the walls are. The question is never if. It's where and when and who's standing next to it. Let me tell you about the dishwasher. This was about a year before the kitchen conversation. An ordinary Sunday. I'd spent the whole weekend doing what I did every weekend, which was everything for everybody. Sam's baseball gear, some crisis of my mother's, an airport run for a neighbor, hours on a work thing that wasn't my job but that I'd said of course to, the way I said of course to everything. Sunday evening I'm loading the dishwasher, and Anna comes through the kitchen and says, not even sharply, just tiredly, you know the glasses go on top, and something happened in my chest that I can only describe as a damn letting go. I did not say something sharp back, which would have been human. What came out of me was 20 years of ledger, all at once, at a volume one didn't know I owned. I don't remember most of what I said, which is what happens. The interest takes over and drives. I remember pieces. Does anyone in this house have any idea? Everything I do. Not one person has ever once. I remember the casserole dish in my hand and how badly I wanted to throw it, and I remember, this is the part that still wakes me up sometimes, I remember my son standing in the doorway with his cleats in his hand, 15 years old, looking at his father, the calmest, nicest father on the street, screaming at his mother about glasses, and his face wasn't scared exactly. It was worse, it was confused, like the ground had done something ground doesn't do. And 10 minutes later, here's the truly pathetic part, 10 minutes later I was apologizing. Not a clean apology either, a nice guy apology, wet and total and desperate. Take it all back. Didn't mean any of it. I'm so sorry. I don't know what happened. Erasing the whole thing. Because the eruption terrified me more than it terrified them. The ledger had shown itself. The real accounts. The real man. The one under the sweater. And everything in me scrambled to stuff him back down the hole and reseal it, and reassure everyone that the nice guy was still in charge. And within a week, The household had quietly agreed to treat it as weather, a freak storm, Dad's little episode, and the ledger, which had emptied itself all over the kitchen, started filling again from page 1. And since I promised you the door back in the first chapter, here it is, because the dishwasher was only the eruption that had witnesses. A year or so before it, there was a quieter one. Another swallowed evening, a work call I'd taken at 9 at night and answered with, of course, an afterword, walking down the hallway past the door to the garage, where a poster Sam had painted in the 4th grade, a red rocket with our last name on the fin, had hung since before he could spell. Some nothing set it off, a coat hook, a burned-out bulb, I honestly don't remember, and I put my fist through that hollow door, one punch, an inch from my son's rocket. Then silence. Then me, standing in the dark, flexing my hand, listening to whether anyone had heard, already composing the story. By morning I had taped cardboard over the hole and told Anna the ladder had gone through it, and she believed me for 11 years, because why wouldn't she? The nicest man on the street, alone in a hallway at night, lying about a door, that's the cycle. Silence, interest, eruption, shame, apology, and back to silence, with the pressure now building toward the next one. Some men run this loop in big, dramatic blow-ups like mine. A lot of us run it smaller and constantly, and this is where I need to talk about the leaks. Because if the eruption is rare, the leaking is daily, and the leaking is what the people who live with you actually experience as you. Suppressed anger doesn't wait politely for the eruption. It seeps. It comes out sideways, in forms that are technically not aggression, so the nice guy can keep his innocence. You know the catalog. I was the catalog. The sigh from the other room, loud enough to be heard, deniable if challenged. The "it's fine," delivered flat, with sniper accuracy, fine being the most dishonest word in the nice guy's dictionary. The sudden coldness that has no stated cause, where the whole house drops 5 degrees, and everyone has to guess. Forgetting, that's a good one. The errand she asked for slips your mind, and it happens to slip your mind specifically after the weekend she didn't appreciate, and you'd swear on your life it's a coincidence. Lateness. Withholding of conversation, of warmth, of sex sometimes, not as a decision, nothing is ever a decision, just a fog that rolls in. Doing the chore, she asked, but doing it with a slammed cabinet and a martyred face, service as punishment. And the crown jewel, the joke, the little dig dressed up as humor, at dinner, in front of friends. Well, we'd have been on time if someone, ha-ha. And if she objects, the shrug, I'm kidding, relax. Every one of those, and I ran them all, is a bill from the ledger, presented in the dark in a costume, by a man who will not admit he's presenting a bill. Passive aggression is just the ledger leaking. It's the anger you refuse to own, going out to do its work in disguise. And here's what it does to the people you love, this leaking. And Anna told me this too, eventually. It gaslights them, gently, for years. Because they can feel the anger. Humans are exquisite instruments for detecting anger, but every time they reach for it, it isn't there. Are you upset? No, I'm fine. Did I do something? Of course not. So the instrument reads a signal, and the mouth denies a signal. And over the years, the person you live with starts to distrust one or the other, the instrument or you. Either way, something rots. My wife spent years feeling vaguely guilty and vaguely accused in her own kitchen by a husband who never once raised his voice until the day he did. That is not niceness. I don't have a kinder word for it now than the true one. It's cowardice, wearing niceness like a coat. The eruption at least had the decency to be visible. There's one more gear in the ledger's machinery, and I want to name it even though it's the one I'm least proud of, because it wears the noblest face of all, martyrdom. Run a ledger long enough, and the imbalance stops being a grievance and becomes an identity. The man who does everything for everyone and asks for nothing. That was no longer a complaint I carried. It was who I was, and here's the sickness at the center of it. I needed the scale to stay tipped, and even ledger would have erased me. So watch what I did, and then watch yourself for it. I declined help. I refused to delegate. I waved off repayment. Don't worry about it, seriously, every single time, and called it generosity, when it was inventory management, protecting my stock of grievance. Because every fresh unfairness fed the only story that made the whole performance mean something, the story of the good man wronged. My mother ran her entire life on that fuel. I had watched her do it from the doorway with my hand on the knob and sworn myself the opposite, and built the same engine with quieter exhaust. Some men need the debt more than they ever wanted the repayment. I was one of them. If that sentence stings, hold still and let it. Now I'll tell you the strangest thing I learned when I finally got help and got honest and started pulling the floorboards up. The anger was not my enemy. I had spent my whole life treating anger as the enemy, the thing bad men have, the weather my mother had, the one emotion my father never permitted himself, and I'd inherited the ban. But anger, it turns out, is information. It's the part of you that knows you were just diminished, that a line was just crossed, that the deal on the table is bad, and you should say so. The men we're going to talk about later, the real ones, the ones I'd eventually learned to call actually strong, they're not men without anger. They're men whose anger comes out in the right size, at the right time, aimed at the right thing, in words early, while it's still small and useful. Anger at the right size sounds like, no, that doesn't work for me. It sounds like, hey, don't talk to me like that. That's all it is. The nice guy, because he bans those small, honest sentences, gets to choose between the leak and the explosion. The two worst formats, anger comes in. And then he points at the explosion and says, see, that's why I keep it locked up. And the loop closes and hands him back his cage. So do the arithmetic on your own vessel while it's quiet. When were your last 3 cold silences, and what were they actually about? What entry in the ledger is oldest? Who do you make pay in sighs and jokes and fog for bills you've never once presented in plain words? Sit with what comes up. Don't fix it yet. You can't fix it yet, because the ledger and the bargains and the leaks all grow out of something underneath them that we still haven't looked at directly, the master confusion, the one my whole life was built on. I believed, right up into my 50s, that all of this was what being a good man looked like. It took a 74-year-old ironworker with bad knees and no patience for me at all to explain the difference between being nice and being kind, and he did it in his driveway in about 90 seconds, and I want you to meet him. Chapter 5. Nice is not kind. Ray moved in across the street the spring after the kitchen conversation, which means I knew him for 7 years, and I can say without any doubt that no man alive or dead, including my father, including the counselor Anna and I paid by the hour, did more to save my life. He did it mostly in his driveway, mostly while insulting me, and he'd have hated hearing me say any of this, so it's probably best he's gone before this book got made. That's a joke. He'd have loved it. He'd have made me read him the parts about himself twice. Ray was 74 when the moving truck showed up, a retired ironworker with 4 arms like dock rope and 2 knees he described as government surplus. He'd buried his wife Dolores the year before, sold the house they'd raised kids in because, as he put it, the quiet had teeth, and moved across the street from me to be near his daughter. The first time I met him, I did the full performance, welcomed him to the street, offered my mower, my ladder, my truck, my Saturdays, the whole nice guy buffet, gave him the wave and the grin. He stood there, squinting at me through it like a man reading a menu he didn't much like. When I finished, he said, "Uh-huh," and went inside. That was the whole first conversation. I remember standing in his driveway, feeling weirdly slapped, and feeling something else too. That took me weeks to identify. Interest. He was the first person in years who hadn't bought the act, and some part of me, the buried part, sat up like a dog hearing keys. You have to understand what I was, that spring, to understand what happened next. I was maybe 8 months past the kitchen conversation. Anna and I were polite. I was reading self-help books in my truck at lunch, so nobody would see, and I was worse than before, in a way, because now I knew something was wrong with the program, but I was still running it at full speed. Knowing better and doing better are separated by a canyon, and I was standing on the wrong rim, waving. The sweater thing happened in June. I had taken to helping Ray with stuff. Real helping. He was strong as a barge, but his knees were done, and his balance with them. And it turned out that Ray, unlike everyone else I knew, was completely comfortable being helped. He'd say, "Grab that and I'd grab it. No dance. No, you shouldn't have." He accepted help the way honest men do, without ceremony, because he wasn't keeping a ledger and didn't assume I was either. Working next to a man with no hooks in him, was the strangest sensation. Restful, like a room going quiet when you didn't know a fan had been running. So one Saturday, we're setting fence posts for his daughter's dogs, and he asks about my weekend plans, and I hear myself doing the thing I did, the cheerful inventory. Gotta run Sam up to the tournament. Mother needs her gutters looked at. Told a guy at work I'd review his proposal. Might squeeze in the airport run for the neighbor's Sunday. And Ray straightens up as much as his back allowed, looks at me and says, "What do you get?" I said, "What do you mean?" He said, "All that. What do you get?" And I gave him the line. I didn't even have to think. The line dispenses automatically. I said, "I don't need anything. I'm happy to help. It's just being a good guy." Ray looked at me for a long moment, and then he said, word for word, I'll carry this sentence the rest of my life. "Son, I've known you 3 months, and I've watched you say yes to 9 things and want none of them. You think that makes you good. It makes you a liar in a sweater." I laughed, because that's what the performance does when it's hit, it laughs. And he didn't laugh, and the laugh died in the June air, and he picked up the post hole digger and kept working. And I stood there in his daughter's yard with my ears ringing like a struck pipe, because some deep-down instrument, the one that had sat up like a dog hearing keys, was telling me that the old man had just, in one sentence, in 90 seconds of his attention, diagnosed what a marriage counselor was still circling after 8 months. Not too nice, not stressed, not conflict avoidant, none of the padded words. A liar, in a sweater. I want to spend the rest of this chapter on the distinction Ray was cutting at, because it became the keel of everything I rebuilt. And if this book leaves you with one sentence, one thing scratched on the inside of your skull. I want it to be this one. Nice is a strategy. Kind is a character. They are not the same thing. Most of the time, in a nice guy's life, they are opposites. Look at the mechanics, engineer style. Niceness is performed for a return. We established that. The silent bargain, the hooks. Which means niceness always has one eye on the audience. It needs to be seen, needs to be approved of, needs the room's temperature to come back agreeable, and because of that, niceness will always sacrifice the truth to keep the room warm. Niceness tells the man whose business plan will bankrupt him, sounds exciting. Niceness tells the friend drinking himself gray, you deserve a break. Niceness lets the guy at work take credit, and lets the kid grow up soft, and lets the wife carry every hard decision alone, because engaging costs comfort, and the whole point of nice is comfort now. The nice guy's North Star is the next 5 minutes. Keep this conversation smooth, this room pleasant, this person pleased. What happens to anyone's actual life beyond those 5 minutes is, quietly, not his department. Kindness is a different animal with different eyes. Kindness looks at the person's life, not the room's temperature. And because it does, kindness is willing, when it has to be, to make the next 5 minutes worse for the sake of the next 5 years. Which means, real kindness requires the exact muscles the nice guy amputated. It requires you to tolerate someone being upset with you. Ray was the kindest man I ever met, and I watched him be, by nice standards, borderline rude on a weekly basis. He told his grandson the essay was lazy, and made him do it again, and sat with him while he did. He told his buddy, straight out, at a kitchen table I was sitting at, you're drinking too much, and I'm not going to pretend otherwise. I'll drive you to a meeting tonight if you want, and either way I'm here, but I won't clink glasses with you while you do this. You see the shape of it? The truth, and then the staying. That's the signature of kindness. Niceness flatters and drifts off when things get heavy. Kindness says the hard true thing, and then doesn't leave. And the town test proves it out, what I think of as the eulogy test. My father was nice to everybody, and it made him beloved and useless. And I get to say that because I loved him, and because I watched it. Men at the plant took his shifts and took his credit for 30 years. Did his niceness ever save one of them? Change one of them? Even really touch one of them? They came to his funeral and said, nicest man I ever knew. And what they were remembering, if you held their feet to the fire, was that he was pleasant and he was convenient. Nobody stood up at that funeral and said, he told me the truth once and it turned my whole life. That's the eulogy that was given at Ray's funeral, by the way, by 3 different men. One of them was me. Now, here's where I have to turn this back on you, and on the version of me that stood in that June yard, because there's one more layer down, and it's the load-bearing one. Ask yourself, why the nice guy can't do kindness? Why can't he say the hard, true thing and stay? And you already know the answer, we built it in chapter 2. Because saying the hard, true thing risks the one outcome his software treats as death, which is disapproval. Someone might get angry. Someone might withdraw. The weather might turn. And the 8-year-old at the controls will do anything, absolutely anything, sacrifice anything, to keep the sky clear. And what I finally saw, in the weeks after Ray's sentence knocked my ears loose, is what exactly was being loaded into the sacrifice. Every time I chose nice over true, I wasn't paying the price myself. Not really, not right away. I was making other people pay it. Anna paid it in 20 years of a husband who managed her instead of meeting her. Sam was starting to pay it, learning the sweater trade at my knee. Doug paid it. In his way, my money helped him stay exactly what he was. That's the rotten little secret at the bottom of the whole nice guy program, and I'd like you to sit in it as long as you can stand to, because it's the thing that finally made me move. Niceness isn't generosity. It's cowardice. Billed to the people you love, at compound interest, in your handwriting. Kind costs you. Nice costs them. That's the whole distinction, and you now know which side of it you've been living on, because you can feel it the same way I could feel it in the June yard, with my ears ringing. I drove home from Ray's that day, and Anna was at the kitchen table doing the bills, and I stood in the doorway, and for one wild second the truth almost got out. All of it, everything I've told you so far. What came out instead was, need anything from the store? 20 years of training doesn't fall to one sentence, even Ray's. But something had cracked, and through the crack I was starting to see the machinery everywhere I looked. And nowhere was it running harder than at the place I drove to every morning, where they had been eating the nicest man in the building alive, politely, with a fork and a knife, for 22 years. Let me show you what the approval trap does to a man's work and what it did to mine, because your paycheck is being taxed by it right now, tonight, as you listen to this. Chapter 6. The Approval Thermostat. Every nice guy carries a thermostat. It's mounted somewhere behind the sternum, and it doesn't measure heat. It measures approval, the approval in the room, wherever he is, whoever's there, and it runs day and night, and it has one setting. Whatever the room's approval level is, raise it. Walk into a meeting, scan who's unhappy, adjust. Get on a phone call, listen, is that coolness in her voice, adjust. Pass a stranger in a hallway, smile first. Always first. Adjust. Nobody installed it in a factory. You built it yourself, in a kitchen on Delmore Street or wherever your kitchen was. And it was, like everything else we've talked about, a smart piece of childhood engineering. The boy needed the big people pleased, because the big people controlled everything. The problem, as always, is that the boy's device is still bolted into the man, still running, still drawing power, in rooms full of people who control nothing about him at all. I want to talk about what the thermostat costs at work, because work is where I can show you the bill most plainly, in dollars and in years. But understand, as we go, the thermostat doesn't know it's at work. It doesn't clock in. It runs identically on your wife, your kids, your buddies, the kid bagging your groceries. Work is just where the meter is easiest to read. 22 years I gave that company. I was, and I say this with an engineer's precision, not a nice guy's false modesty, one of the 2 or 3 best process men they had. And here is my honest accounting of what the thermostat did with those 22 years. It made me the department's free extra employee. There's one in every office, and if you can't spot him, listener, I have hard news. The man who can't say no becomes the building spillway. Every project that's underwater, every task nobody wants, every Friday at 4:55 emergency, It all flows downhill to the guy whose thermostat can't tolerate the 2 seconds of disapproval that saying no would cost. And they know. I need you to absorb this, because I resisted it for 2 decades. The people around you at work figured out your price years ago. Not because they're villains, most of them aren't, but offices are markets, and markets discover prices with terrifying speed, and your price is visible from space. Say yes 3 times when you should have said no, and word gets around the way water finds a crack. Give it to him, he never pushes back. My boss didn't even feel guilty, I learned later, and this is the part that actually hurt. I'd imagined, ledger style, that somewhere in him a debt was being recorded, appreciation accruing, someday payable. What was actually being recorded was simpler. He's fine with it. He always says it's fine. The nice guy thinks he's building credit. He's actually publishing a price list, and everything on it is marked free. It made me trainer to my own replacements. Twice, and the second one is the one I want to tell you about, 'cause it's the one that finally drew blood. A kid named Craig came into my department, 29 years old, sharp enough. Half my technical depth, and I'll tell you what Craig had that I didn't in a minute, because it matters. My boss asked me to bring Craig up to speed, and for 1.5 years I did, generously, thoroughly, the way I did everything. My files, my methods, my relationships with the plant guys, 15 years of things you can't look up. I handed it all over, and some evenings, driving home, a voice in me would say, quietly, "You know what this is." And I'd tell the voice what nice guys always tell it. Don't be paranoid. Just do good work. They'll notice. They noticed. When the section head job opened, the one I'd been silently promised in my own head for a decade, the one I'd fed 1,000 unpaid Saturdays into the machine for, they gave it to Craig. And I want to be very honest with you about my ugliest hour, because it's instructive. I didn't get angry, not visibly, you know me by now. I congratulated him. I shook his hand. I helped him transition. Everyone remarked on how gracious I was, and I went home gracious. And I was gracious for about 5 days, and on the 5th night, alone in the garage, I cried like something breaking open, and then I sat there among the tools till 2 a.m. doing the real arithmetic. Craig had done nothing wrong. Craig, and here's what he had, Craig asked, out loud, in daylight, from his first month. He told the boss where he wanted to be in 3 years. He claimed his wins. Plainly, without apology. When they piled work on him, he said, "Happy to take it. What comes off my plate?" Not rude, not political. I'd watched him do it with my own eyes, and marveled the way you'd marvel at a man speaking Portuguese. He simply behaved as if his time had a price, and his career had a direction, and the market, remember, offices are markets, took him at his own valuation. Same as it took me at mine. They didn't choose Craig over me. I see that now with no bitterness, and it took years to say that sentence honestly. There was no contest. One man was in the room. The other had spent 20 years politely erasing himself, and you cannot promote someone you cannot see. And the thermostat took the meetings. This one's subtler, but for my money it's the deepest cut, so I'll say it carefully. In 22 years of technical meetings, I almost never once said a plain, flat no with my name attached. I knew things. I was usually the man in the room who actually knew, and when the plan was wrong, I would say things like, "That could work. We might just want to keep an eye on." or, playing devil's advocate for a second, softened, padded, deniable, pre-surrendered. The thermostat drafting every sentence before it left me, sanding off anything that might drop the room's temperature toward me. And more times than I want to count, the plan went ahead wrong, and the pump surged, or the seal failed, or the budget blew, exactly the way the unsaid version of my sentence had known it would. And here's the poison flower at the end of it. A little voice inside me would be pleased. See? They should have listened. The nice guy fails his way to being right, and collects being right the way he collects everything, silently, in the ledger, instead of collecting the actual life where his knowledge lands, and his name means something, and the seal never fails at all. Now put the 2 meters side by side, because this is the chapter's real point. What did the thermostat buy with 22 years of yes? It bought me a reputation as a nice guy, genuinely. Everyone said so. And it bought the approval it was built to buy, a warm, shallow puddle of it, an inch deep, evaporating daily, needing daily replenishment. And what did it spend? A section head career. Somewhere between $100,000 and $200,000. I did eventually run the honest numbers, in unbilled time and unclaimed raises, because every year at review time, I sat across from a man who knew I'd accept 2% with a smile, and I accepted 2% with a smile. My weekends. A crack in my marriage, because a man who lets himself be eaten at the office comes home needing to be endlessly appreciated for it, and we know from Chapter 3 how that bill gets presented. And my son watched all of it, and was learning it, and that's the entry that finally made the numbers unbearable. Here's the diagnostic I want to leave with you tonight, and then one more thing about Ray. Ask yourself, in a plain voice, what does disapproval actually cost me now? Not at 8 years old. Now. Run the experiment in your head. If you said a clean no tomorrow to the meeting request, the weekend favor, the assignment that belongs to someone else, what happens, truly? A flicker of someone's displeasure, a silence on a phone line. Maybe a person who was profiting from your price of 0 gets annoyed that the price went up, and that annoyance, listen to me, that annoyance is not the sky darkening over an 8-year-old. Nothing falls. Nobody dies. You are a grown man with a truck and a trade and options the boy never had, and the disapproval of a room full of people who were never paying you for your agreeableness anyway is survivable, minute by minute, and on the other side of a few hundred survived minutes is your actual life. The thermostat says otherwise. The thermostat says disapproval is an emergency. The thermostat is wired to a house you moved out of 40 years ago. The Saturday after Craig got the job, I was in Ray's driveway, and I told him the whole story, first person I told. He listened the way he listened. All the way through, no nods, hands still. And when I finished, hunting, I suppose, for the old man to be outraged for me, he was quiet a second, and then he said, "You know what your problem is? You've spent your whole life trying to be somebody's good boy. Boss's good boy, mother's good boy, wife's good boy. And you're so busy being a good boy, you never got around to being a man. And before you get sore at me," he said, picking his coffee up off the fender, "understand something. A man is not the opposite of a good boy because he's mean. He's the opposite because he answers to something inside him instead of scanning every room for the grade. You don't have that yet, that thing inside. That's your whole trouble. It's not your boss. I drove around for 2 hours after that. Because he'd put his thumb straight down on the question underneath everything, the one this whole second half of the book is about. If I stop scanning the room for the grade, what do I answer to instead? What is the thing inside? I didn't have one. I had a thermostat where a compass should be. And I can't tell you about building the compass yet, because first I have to take you somewhere I'd rather not go, back before Anna, to my 20s, to the years when the thermostat did its most expensive work of all. Not on my boss, on women. If the approval trap taxes your paycheck, what it does to your love life is not a tax. It's a foreclosure, and I signed mine willingly, over and over, for 10 straight years, and I called it being one of the good ones. That story next. Chapter 7. The Orbit. Before Anna, there was Diane. And before I tell you about Diane, I need to warn you that this chapter, and the two after it, are the ones I most wanted to leave out of this book, and therefore, the ones I most owe you. A man can talk about his career with a little distance. Money is just money. But what the Nice Guy program does to a man's love life goes to the bone, because it happens in the years when he's deciding, without knowing he's deciding, what he believes he's worth to a woman. The tuition I paid in my 20s, I paid in a currency you never get back, and if you're young and any of this chapter sounds like your last 2 years, I am talking directly to you, and I am trying to save you a decade. I met Diane at 23, at the firm where I had my first real job. She was a year older, funny, quick, pretty, in a way that made me rehearse sentences before saying them. And she liked me. I want to establish that clearly, because the story makes no sense otherwise. She liked me immediately, easily, the way women often liked me. I was safe, I listened, I was smart without making anyone feel small. I remembered things she said and asked about them later. Within a month we were having lunch most days. Within 3, she was calling me on Sunday nights to talk about her week, her family, and, in time, her boyfriend. His name was Rick. You already know where this is going. Everyone knows where this is going, except the 23-year-old in the story. For the better part of 2 years, I was Diane's favorite man in the world, in every category except the one I wanted. I heard about every fight with Rick. I gave thoughtful counsel, God help me, good counsel, on the repair of their relationship, while privately cataloging his failures and polishing the belief that sustained my entire existence, the belief every orbiting man carries like a rosary. She'll eventually see. She'll add it all up, the listening, the loyalty, the Sunday calls, the way I show up, and the sum will dawn on her, and she'll look at me one day across one of these lunches and realize the man she's been looking for has been right here the whole time. I drove her to the airport. I helped her move apartments, twice, the second time, while Rick was, I swear this is true, at a golf weekend. I bought her a birthday gift each year that took actual weeks of thought, and watched her open it and say, "This is why you're my favorite," and I banked that sentence like a paycheck. Notice, please, the machinery we've already built names for, running at full song, the silent bargain, in its purest form, ever observed in the wild. I was making deposits of devotion into an account labeled friendship and expecting, at some unnamed future date, to withdraw romance, and I had never once told her a deal was on the table, never once said, "Diane, I'm not your brother, I want you, decide." The ledger, filling up nightly with everything I did and everything Rick didn't. And the thermostat, oh, the thermostat. Why did I never say this sentence? You know why by now. Because saying it risks the weather. Saying it hands her a knife, and she might use it, she might say no, and then even the lunches are gone. So the orbiting man chooses every single day he stays silent, a guaranteed nothing over a possible no, and tells himself he's being patient. He is not being patient. He is being a coward with a long timeline, and I can say that with full authority, because I have been that coward, and the word is earned. It ended the way it always ends. She got engaged. Not to Rick, that's the detail that finally cracked me. Not even to Rick. To a guy named Tom she'd met 8 months earlier at her cousin's wedding. A contractor with an easy laugh who, when he decided he wanted her, took approximately 1 week to make it unmistakable. She told me at one of our lunches, glowing, ring already on, and then she said the sentence that men like me collect the way other men collect scars. She reached across the table, squeezed my arm, and said, "You're going to be such a good friend of this marriage. You're practically family." Practically family. I drove home that night the long way, and I'd like to tell you I felt heartbreak. But what I actually felt was fury, the ledger's fury. 2 years of unpaid invoices screaming at once. And listen carefully to where the fury aimed itself, because this is the fork in the road for every man in this position, and most take the wrong turn. The fury wanted to aim at her. At women. She used me. Women say they want a good man, but look what they choose. They keep guys like me as pets and give themselves to guys like Tom. Every angry corner of the internet where young men gather is built out of that exact sentence, and I want to take it seriously rather than sneer at it. Because buried inside it there is one true observation, and we'll dig it out properly in the next chapter. But that night at 25, sitting in my car outside my apartment, I had one of the 2 or 3 honest moments of my young life, a preview of the man I wouldn't fully become for another 25 years. I asked myself one engineering question. What did she actually do wrong? Run the audit with me. Did Diane lie to me? No. She called me her friend, treated me as a friend, exactly as advertised. Did she ask for the airport runs, the moves, the 2-hour Sunday calls? She asked for some, I volunteered most, and either way I delivered them all wearing the costume of a happy friend. Because remember, the bargain only works if it stays disguised. Disguise is the load-bearing wall. Did she owe me romance for services rendered? Say it out loud, listener, and hear what it is. If a woman treated a man's friendship as a vending machine that should eventually dispense love if she fed enough kindness into it, we'd call it what it is. So the verdict, the true verdict I glimpsed that night and then spent years avoiding, was this. Diane never took anything I didn't hand her, smiling. I was never her victim. I was the author of a 2-year lie, in which I sold her counterfeit friendship that was secretly a courtship, on layaway that she never agreed to, and the person who wasted my 20s was located, inconveniently, in my own driver's seat. But, and here is the part that matters just as much, the Fury had one thing right, and I won't take it from you, because a man who's living this needs it named. She did see the difference between me and Tom. That part is real. Every woman I orbited saw it, and they chose accordingly. And understanding exactly what they saw, without bitterness and without flinching, is worth more to a young man than every pickup trick ever sold. What did Tom have? I met Tom, by the way, over the years. Wedding, christenings, I stayed practically family for a while, wearing it like a medal made of lead. Tom was not smarter than me, not kinder, frankly not better looking, and I say that with the serenity of a man now decades past caring. What Tom had was this. Tom wanted her, and he let it be known, out loud, with his name attached, at the risk of his own pride. Tom was a man visibly moving through his own life who invited her into it. He had edges, opinions, a direction, a Saturday that was already full of something he cared about. Tom could be told no, that's the crucial thing. He stood somewhere no could reach him, which is the only place a real yes can reach a man either. I had spent 2 years making sure Diane never got the chance to reject me, and in doing so, I had made sure she never got the chance to choose me, and a woman cannot choose a man who was never a candidate. She can only enjoy him the way you enjoy anything pleasant that asks nothing, and call him her favorite and mean it, and marry Tom. There were others. After Diane, I'd like to say I learned, but the program doesn't break from one bruise. There was a stretch I now think of as the years of being everyone's favorite listener. Half the weddings I attended in my late 20s, I had at some point quietly wanted the bride. And there was Karen, the one I actually dated for a year and a half, and Karen deserves her paragraph because she's the other face of the same coin. With Karen, I finally had the girl, and so the program shifted modes, from win her to don't lose her, which for a nice guy means disappear. I agreed with everything. Her restaurants, her friends, her plans, her version of every disagreement, delivered with my little easygoing shrug, whatever you feel like. I'm good either way. 18 months of I'm good either way. And Karen, to her lasting credit, ended it with a diagnosis worthy of Ray himself. She sat on the hood of my car outside her sister's place, and she wasn't angry, she was sad. And she said, I don't know how to explain it. You're the nicest guy I've ever dated, but being with you is like being alone. I feel like I'm dating a mirror. Give me anything to push against, and there's just nothing pushes back. Nothing pushes back. Karen at 26 had put her finger on what a licensed professional would need 8 months to tell me at 49, and what Anna meant all those years later, standing in our kitchen with a dish towel. The lights are on. The man is agreeable, and there is nobody home to love. In the space where a self should be, where the wants and edges and direction should be, there's just polished surface, reflecting your own preferences back at you, asking if they're okay. So that's the orbit from the inside. That's how I actually spent the decade a man is supposed to spend learning who he is. And I've told it to you as my own autopsy, every scalpel aimed at me, because that's the only version that can help you. But I promised you we'd also dig out the true thing buried in that parking lot fury, and it's time. Because the orbit has 2 bodies in it. And the honest question, the one the angry corners of the internet ask crudely, and the polite world refuses to ask at all, is this. What is she getting out of it? Why does the woman keep the orbiting man around, sometimes for years, taking the lunches and the airport runs and the devotion she has no intention of returning? Is she innocent? Is she cruel? Or is something more ordinary and more interesting going on? Next chapter, we look at the whole thing from her side of the table, and I'll tell you what women actually do with nice guys, and why the answer made me put down my anger for good, and what Anna finally admitted about why she married me. Fair warning. That one cost us both a night's sleep. Chapter 8. What women do with nice guys. I told you this one would sting. Let me set the table honestly before we start, because the chapter with this title can go two wrong ways, and I've watched men fall into both ditches. The first ditch says women are angels who never exploit anyone, and if a nice guy feels used, the only thing wrong is him. That's a lie, and men can smell it, and half of them run from that lie straight into the second ditch, which says women are cold accountants who farm devotion from beta males while saving themselves for brutes. That's also a lie, a stickier one, because it flatters the wound. The truth, as usual, is more ordinary than either lie and more useful than both. So here's the truth as I've lived it, watched it, and had it confessed to me across a kitchen table by my own wife. Start with the question I left you with. What was Diane getting all those years? The answer is quite a lot, and it's important to name it without squeamishness. She got premium emotional labor, the kind of attentive listening most women can't get from the men they date. She got logistics, airport runs, moving crews, tech support. She got steady, warming male attention, which, I'm going to say something now that took me years to understand, is valuable to a woman even when she has no romantic interest in its source. The way of fire is pleasant even when you have no intention of living in the fireplace. She got all that at a price of exactly zero. No risk, no obligation, no demands, because I had carefully removed every demand before handing it over. That was the whole design of the product. And here's the question that dissolved my parking lot fury for good, the question I want every stung man listening to sit with. If someone hands you something valuable, for free, smiling, year after year, insisting all the while that he's happy to do it, at what point exactly are you obligated to refuse it? Because here's what Diane was not doing. She was not lying awake scheming about how to extract another airport run out of me. Nobody thinks about the nice guy that hard. That's part of the deal too, and I know it's a hard part to hear. What she was doing was accepting the world as it presented itself, the way every human being does all day long. The world presented her with a funny, warm man who said he was her friend, acted like her friend, and asked for nothing. She took the friendship at its printed price. The counterfeit was mine. And when a woman does sense the truth, and many do, somewhere in the second year the sharper ones usually smell the hook, notice what her options are. If she names it, she detonates the friendship and gets accused of flattering herself. You could hear the speech I'd have given, "We're just friends, I can't believe you'd think." If she quietly keeps a bit more distance, she's cold. The nice guy's disguise puts her in a position where the politest available move is to keep accepting, and then he files her acceptance in the ledger as her sin. I built the trap, hid it, and blamed the person who stepped in it. That's the machine, seen from her side of the table. Most of the use a nice guy suffers is use he manufactured, packaged, and delivered with a bow on it, and the discount he's furious about is the one on his own price tag. Most. Not all. Now the other side of the coin, because I said no ditches and I meant it. There are women, a minority, but every man who's lived a while has met one, who see the mechanism clearly and play it deliberately, who keep a bench of devoted men on standby, rationing out just enough warmth, a text at the right moment, a maybe someday hanging in the air, to keep the services flowing. The orbit farmers. I dated one, briefly, in the Karen era. I won't give her a name because the type matters more than the person. The tell is the metering. Watch for warmth that arrives precisely when your attention flags and cools precisely when you're securely back in position. That's not affection, that's throttle control. And what I need you to hear about these women is not go learn to hate them. It's this. They can only run that game on a man who has already priced himself at zero. A man with a full Saturday, a direction, and the settled knowledge that his time is worth something is unfarmable. He notices the metering inside a month, says, huh, and wanders off, not in a huff, just the way you leave a shop that's clearly overpriced. The orbit farmer isn't refuted by anger. She's refuted by a man having somewhere better to be. Build to somewhere, and this entire species of problem quietly exits your life without a single confrontation. So now, settling. The word from the internet's angry corners, women friend-zone the nice guys and settle down with the alphas. And I promise to take the true thing in it seriously. Here's the true thing. Women in general, and yes, of course there are a million exceptions, do not desire men whose organizing principle is the elimination of their own selves. Agreeableness is not attractive. It's not repulsive either. It's nothing. It's flavorless. Desire needs something to catch on. An edge, a want, a direction, a man who is emphatically somebody. And the nice guy has spent his whole life sanding himself smooth so nothing can catch. And so the young nice guy is rarely chosen in the season of choosing, and he watches men with visible edges, some of them worse men by every measure he knows how to count, get chosen again and again, and it drives him half mad because nobody will explain the rule. I will. You were never rejected because you were good. Goodness was never the problem. You were passed over because you were absent, because they could not desire what you would not show, and what you would not show was you. There is no market on earth where the product that hides sells. But there's a darker half of the settling story, and it was told to me at my own kitchen table, 3 years into the rebuild, on the night I finally asked Anna the question I'd been circling for months. Why did you marry me? Not why did you stay, why did you choose me? Back then, what was it? And Anna, who by then had watched me become someone who could survive an honest answer, gave me one, and I'm going to repeat it to you, nearly word for word, because I think it may be the most valuable paragraph in this book for a man under 35. She said, I was 26 and tired. I'd done the exciting men, and one of them had put me through a year I never told you all of. And then there was you, and you were kind and stable, and you adored me, and being adored feels like something, especially when you're tired. I told myself the other thing, the pull, the wanting. I told myself it would grow. Everyone practically tells you it will. Marry the good one. Feelings follow. And then she stopped for a second and said the sentence I want to hang in the air of this chapter. It never grew, 'cause you never gave it soil. You can't ache for a man who agrees with everything you say. I chose safety, and you offered yourself as safety, and we both spent 20 years paying for the deal, me in wanting something I couldn't name, and you in feeling it every day, that I loved you and didn't burn for you, and neither of us ever said a word. You offered yourself as safety. Sit in that with me, because there's the whole tragedy, both signatures on it. Yes, some women settle. That part of the bitter sentence is true, and pretending otherwise is the first ditch. A woman gets tired, or hurt, or 34, and picks the safe devoted one and hopes desire will follow the paperwork. But look what the nice guy contributed to that transaction. His entire strategy, the whole program we've traced since Delmore Street, is to make himself the safe choice. To lead with service, hide every edge, present as riskless. He markets himself as the sensible decision, and then spends 2 decades heartbroken that his wife made a sensible decision. A settling marriage isn't something women do to nice guys. It's the collision of her fatigue with his disguise, and it produces 20 quiet years of a woman faintly disappointed and a man faintly resentful. 2 decent people starving politely at a full table, each blaming a hunger neither can name. That was my house. That was probably a house you know. It is the single most common outcome of the nice guy program. More common than divorce. This endless, courteous, low-grade ache. Anna and I got lucky. We got our reckoning, while there was still time to rebuild on honest ground. My father and mother, I understood too late, never did. And where does the desire go in those houses? It doesn't die, that's the last thing this chapter owes you. Hers goes underground, into books and shows about exactly the storm she chose safety over, into a certain look out the car window on long drives. And his goes underground too. Remember the man in the truck in the grocery store parking lot at 11 at night? We're nearly ready for him. Buried desire always sends up smoke somewhere. So here's where we've landed, and I want to nail it down plainly before we move, because everything from here forward builds on it. Women are not the enemy, and women are not saints. They are people responding with ordinary human self-interest to what a man puts on the table, and the nice guy puts nothing on the table but service and a hidden invoice. The ones who take the free service at face value, you built that. The rare ones who farm it, you funded that. The one who marries you as safe harborer, you sold her the ticket. Every road runs back to the same address, the missing man. The self you sanded away to keep some long-gone kitchen calm. Which finally forces the real question, the one Ray put his thumb on in the driveway, the one the whole angry internet is actually asking underneath all its bad answers. What is the thing women were responding to in Tom and Craig, in the men who get chosen, and can it be built, honestly, by a man starting from where you're sitting tonight? The internet has a word for that man. It's a stupid word, mostly, the way it gets used. But there's something real buried under it. I've met the real thing. I helped bury him, in fact, in a casket his union buddies carried. Next chapter, we take the word alpha, and we throw away the cartoon, and I'll show you what the actual man looks like. Chapter 9. The Cartoon and the True Alpha. The word is alpha, and I resisted it for years, and I'm going to use it anyway. I resisted it because of what the internet has done to it, and because the men I've watched chase the internet's version have, without exception, made themselves worse, and lonelier, and slightly ridiculous. But I keep coming back to the word, because the men who sneer at it have no answer for the thing it's pointing at, and the thing it's pointing at is real. I have met it. I worked beside it for 7 years across the street from my own house, so let's do this properly. Let me show you the cartoon first, so we can throw it away with full confidence, and then let me show you the real thing, wearing a flannel shirt, 70-some years old, with government surplus knees. The cartoon you already know, the cartoon alpha, is loud. He dominates rooms and conversations, interrupts, holds eye contact like a debt collector, negs waitresses, lifts partly for the mirror and partly as an argument. He has opinions about being an apex predator. He calls other men beta, which is the tell, hold on to that, and he curates an existence designed from the ground up to be looked at, the truck, the watch, the girlfriend selected primarily as evidence. I want you to notice something about this man, and once you notice it, you can never unsee it, and it will inoculate you for life. Ask yourself, where is his thermostat mounted? Everything he does, every loud opinion, every dominance display, every curated inch of him, is calibrated to an audience. He is checking the room constantly, scanning for whether he's registering as impressive, exactly, precisely, structurally, the way I spent 50 years scanning rooms for whether I was registering as pleasing. Same instrument, same wiring, same boy at the controls, different setting on the dial. The cartoon alpha is not the opposite of the nice guy. He's the nice guy's twin brother who chose intimidation instead of ingratiation, and both of them, listen to me, both of them are performances staged for approval, and neither of them has a self, and women figure this out, the smart ones inside one evening. The bluster reads as what it is, need with the volume up. When I finally understood that the loudmouth and the doormat are the same man in different costumes, a great deal of my confusion about the world resolved at once. Now the real thing, and I'm just going to tell you about Ray, because the definition never changed anybody, but I watched this man for 7 years and he changed everything I thought strength was. Ray was quiet, first of all. Not shy, not withholding, quiet the way a big engine is quiet at idle. He took up exactly as much room as he needed, and not an inch more, and somehow every room he entered reorganized itself around him anyway, and it took me years to work out the mechanism. It wasn't dominance. He never once in my presence talked over anyone, never postured, never told a story to top somebody's story. The mechanism was this. Ray was completely, visibly, unnervingly unafraid of anyone's opinion of him. Not defiant about it, defiance is just fear arguing. He was simply finished with the question. You could like him or not. Both were fine. He'd decided, somewhere in those decades, walking iron 40 stories up, what he thought a man owed the world. He paid it in full, daily, and your grade of his performance carried, with respect, no weight whatsoever. And that, it turns out, that settledness is the thing that fills a room. People can feel a man who isn't asking them for anything, not even approval, especially not approval, and the feeling is gravity. Everyone around him gets to relax, because he's not running a campaign. There's nothing to manage, nothing hidden under the table. What I felt, that first restful afternoon of fence posts, the quiet when the fan stops feeling, that was it. That's what presence actually is, not projection. The absence of begging. Ray had standards, and this is different from having opinions. The cartoon has opinions. Standards are the prices a man sets on his own participation, and Ray's were posted like a menu. He wouldn't be spoken to disrespectfully, and enforcing this never once required him to raise his voice. I watched a contractor take a tone with him over a misdelivered load of lumber, and Ray let him finish entirely, then said, "We can start this conversation over, or you can talk to somebody else, your pick," and stood there comfortable in the silence while the man recalculated. Comfortable in the silence, write that down. The nice guy fills every silence, because silence might mean disapproval brewing. Ray could stand in a disapproving silence the way you'd stand in light rain. He also, and the cartoon never mentions this part, held the standards on himself hardest of all. If Ray said Tuesday, it happened Tuesday. If he was wrong, and I saw it, he said the whole sentence, I was wrong, no seasoning, no somebody should have. A man who enforces standards outward that he doesn't pay inward isn't an alpha, he's a toll both. And Ray never called any man beta, never ranked men at all, and here's the observation I promise you'd want to hold on to. The genuinely strong men I've known never rank. Ranking is scanning. The cartoon calls other men beta because he's still checking the standings, and the checking is the fear, and the real thing has left that stadium entirely. He wanted things, out loud, without apology, and this is the piece that connects to everything this book is about. Nothing grandiose. He wanted his coffee a specific way, wanted his tools back when he lent them, and said so, wanted to fish the opener at his brother's lake every single year, and arranged his life to make it happen, and nobody had to divine any of it, because he said it, in declarative sentences, as if wanting things were the most natural act in the world, which, I had to relearn at 50, it is. You always knew where Ray stood, which meant, notice, you could trust him, which meant his kindnesses, and they were constant, landed at full value, no hook, no invoice, because a man who asks plainly for what he wants never has to bill you secretly for what he didn't. And Dolores, I only knew her through him. She was a year gone when he moved in, but he talked about her the way men talk about a country they were born in, and I pieced the marriage together over 7 years of driveway evenings. 51 years, and by his own telling they fought, really fought, twice a decade, proper storms, because there were 2 whole people in that house, 2 sets of edges, nothing sanded, and I once asked him, late, both of us a beer or 2 in, the question I'd been circling since the day I met him, weren't you ever afraid she'd leave? And Ray looked at the garage wall for a while, and he said, every day, the first few years. Then I figured out something. She wasn't staying because I kept the water smooth. She was staying because she wanted to. You can't make anybody stay, son. You can only be somebody worth staying with and let them do their own math. And then he grinned and said, smoothing the water just changes their math for the worse anyway. Nobody wants to sail a lake with nothing under it. Nobody wants to sail a lake with nothing under it. There's your answer, the one from the end of the last chapter. What were they responding to? In Tom, in the men who get chosen. Not cruelty. That's the bitter man's misreading of the data. It was never the jerk's cruelty that pulled women in. It's that a certain kind of visible self, wants, edges, direction, unapologetic occupancy of his own life, sometimes travels with cruelty, because a man can have a self without having kindness. The nice guy sees the pairing and concludes the cruelty is the active ingredient, buys the cartoon, and ruins himself in the other direction. The actual active ingredient is the self, depth under the water. Something to push against. Karen said it perfectly on the hood of that car, and I couldn't hear her for another 25 years. The whole game, the entire thing every honest book about men and women is trying to say, is that desire is a response to presence, and presence is what's left of a man when the begging stops, and the cruelty was never necessary, and the proof is that the finest man I ever knew was adored for 51 years, by a sharp-eyed woman who would have walked on the first day she smelled either cruelty or begging, and never did. So there's the true alpha if we're keeping the word, settled instead of scanning. Standards posted and paid inward first, wants declared in daylight. Kindness with no hook, truth with no volume, comfortable in silence, finished with the question of your grade. Notice, and this is the last turn of this chapter, notice that every single item on that list is about his relationship with himself. Not one is about dominating anybody, and yet this is exactly the man rooms reorganize around, and women describe as safe and thrilling in the same sentence, a combination the cartoon can't even conceive of. The alpha the internet sells you is a performance of power for an audience. The real thing is the end of performing, full stop, which is why the cartoon can be purchased in a weekend seminar, and the real thing costs what it costs, which is the whole program, the thermostat, the bargains, the ledger, the disguise. All of it dismantled at the exact age you are now, which is the only age anyone's ever done it. I knew all of this, sitting in Ray's driveway at 50. I could have written most of this chapter that summer. And I want the young men especially to hear what I did next, with all this hard-won clarity glowing in my chest. Nothing. For months, nothing. I drove to work, said of course, came home, said no problem, and the distance between knowing and doing sat on my chest at 3 a.m. like an engine block. Because knowing isn't doing, and I still owe you the night the doing finally started. The parking lot, the truck, the sentence that scared me into a church basement, and it's coming. Right after these next 2 chapters, exactly as promised. But standing this close to the question of what women actually respond to, I owe the young men the rest of the answer first. Because there are laws to attraction, real ones, as fixed as anything I ever worked with in steel, and I learned the biggest one entirely by accident. In the strangest year of my 20s, the year after a woman ended things sitting on the hood of my own car, when I gave up on women completely, and the world inexplicably leaned in. How the chase actually works, and how the choosing does, next. Chapter 10. The Chase and the Choice. In the months after Karen left me on the hood of that car, I ran an experiment I didn't know I was running, and the results were so strange and so repeatable that I've spent 30 years checking them against every man's story I've heard since. I want to give you that experiment first, because everything I know about how attraction actually works came out of it, and because it happened by accident, which is the only way a nice guy ever discovers this particular law. Here's what happened. Karen's diagnosis, dating you is like being alone, nothing pushes back, knocked me flat for about 3 months. And then something in me just quit. Not grew, not healed, quit. I decided, with the whole sullen conviction of a 27-year-old, that I was done with women for a while, done auditioning, done being the favorite listener. I threw myself into my work at the plant. I got my pilot's license, something I'd wanted since I was a kid watching crop dusters. I spent Saturdays rebuilding a motorcycle with a guy from the plant. For about 8 months, for the first time in my adult life, my weekends were full of things that were mine, and I walked around not caring what any woman in any room thought of me, not because I'd transcended anything, but because I was sulking. Understand, this was not growth. This was a boy with his lip out, and women started paying attention to me. I want to be precise about the size of the effect, because exaggerating it would make it a fairy tale, and it wasn't one. It was not raining phone numbers, but the change was unmistakable, and I was not imagining it. Women at work who had filed me under furniture started lingering at my desk. A friend's sister asked about me. The woman at the parts counter, I remember this vividly, asked me what I was building, and then asked again the next week, and it took a coworker elbowing me to understand what was happening. because attention from women was something I had spent 10 years trying to earn with service, and here it was, arriving, unearned, at the exact moment I had stopped applying for it. I remember standing in the parking lot of that parts store, 28 years old, genuinely angry, thinking, where were all of you when I was trying? That question is the whole chapter. Sit with how backwards it is, and then let me take it apart, because when I was trying is precisely the answer, not the complaint. Think about what my trying actually communicated. All those years. When a man aims his whole self at a woman, agrees with everything, is endlessly available, cancels anything for her call, needs the date to go well, that behavior is a broadcast. And here's what it broadcasts. My life is empty, and you are being asked to fill it. Nothing on my calendar matters more than your smallest whim. My evaluation of myself is in your hands. Now flip it around and ask what the sulking broadcast. My life is full. My attention goes where I choose. I'm not asking you for anything. And the brutal, unfixable fact about desire, the one nobody can legislate away, is that the second broadcast is attractive and the first one is repellent, not because women are cruel, but because that's what desire is. You cannot desire what is flung at your feet. Desire needs distance to cross, weight to move, a person over there, occupied with his own life, who might or might not turn toward you. Every human being on earth works this way, including you. Think of how you treat the salesman who needs the sale versus the craftsman with a waiting list. Same species, same law. The nice guy's courtship is the needing salesman at the door, and he cannot understand why the polite woman keeps not buying. And the answer is in the desperation of the pitch, which no discount can fix, because the desperation is the product. This is the chase paradox, and I'll say it plainly. Pursuit, the anxious kind, the kind that needs, lowers your value in the exact proportion that it's meant to raise it. Every extra unit of unearned attention you pour on a woman tells her more clearly that nothing else is competing for it. And the corollary, which is the part men get wrong in the other direction, is not play hard to get. Games are just the cartoon again, need wearing a costume, and women parse it in an evening. The guy who waits a calculated 2 days to text is running the same anxious math as the guy who texts in 2 minutes, and both are doing arithmetic about her instead of living a life. The real thing cannot be faked, and here's the test that separates it. Scarcity of attention is attractive only when it's real, when the attention is actually going somewhere. The job, the license, the motorcycle, the men, the mission. My sulking worked because it accidentally built the real thing, a full Saturday. The moment I tried to weaponize it, and I did try, a year later, with a woman I liked too much, went back to checking my machine for messages, started managing my availability like a stock price. The whole effect collapsed inside a month, because the need had come back and need broadcasts through every costume. You don't get this by acting like your life is full. You get it by filling your life. There is no third option. And every dollar spent on courses, promising one is a dollar spent avoiding that sentence. Now the second half of the law, the half I didn't learn until Anna, and the half that separates this book from the bitter ones. Attraction gets you looked at. What happens next is governed by something else, and I want to talk about the choice, because the nice guy's disease isn't only that he chases, it's that he auditions, and an audition and a choice are opposite postures. For 10 years, my only question in front of any woman was, does she like me? Am I passing? Every date was a performance review, and here's what I never once did in a decade of those reviews. I never sat across a table from a woman and asked myself, wait, do I like her? Is this person kind? Is she curious? Does she light up at anything besides being agreed with? What does she add? It literally never occurred to me that I was allowed to be evaluating too. Any woman who showed me warmth became instantly the one, not because of anything about her. I barely perceived anything about her, but because warmth was the scarce resource and my job was to secure it before it left. That's not romance. That's a drowning man grading flotation devices. And women feel it, feel the difference between a man who chose them, who looked, weighed, and picked them out with his eyes open, and a man who grabbed the first hand extended toward him and would have grabbed any hand. And I'll tell you something Anna said years into the rebuild that reorganized my whole understanding of our beginning. She said, part of what made it hard to want you back then was that being wanted by you had nothing to do with me. You'd have adored anyone who was nice to you. A woman wants to be seen and selected, not clung to like a raft. And the nice guy, who believes his adoration is his best feature, never understands that adoration without discernment is worthless to its recipient. It's a raffle prize claimed by whoever walked past, and she knows it even when she can't say it. So the choice posture, learn it now, decades cheaper than I did. You are not at the audition, you are also holding a clipboard. You are allowed standards beyond a pulse, and reciprocated attention. In fact, you're required to have them, because a man with no standards for who gets his devotion is announcing that his devotion is worthless, and announcing it to the exact person he's offering it to. Decide what you actually require: kindness, honesty, curiosity, whatever your list is. Make it yours and make it real, and then, this is the operative part, enforce it by walking when it isn't there, even when she's beautiful, even when the warmth feels like water in the desert, especially then. The walking is the standard. A standard you won't enforce with your feet is a wish. And I want to be honest, that the first real enforcement of my life, walking away from a woman I badly wanted because of how she talked to a waiter and about her friends, hurt like an amputation, and was, I see now, one of the 2 or 3 acts that actually built the self this whole book keeps talking about. The compass isn't just built out of wants. It's built out of the prices you've proven you'll pay to keep your own respect. One more piece before we move to the terrain your sons are dating on, because it follows straight from the raft and the clipboard, and it answers a thing men always ask me, which is what abundance means, since every corner of the internet uses the word. Abundance is not 100 matches or a rotation or any of the harem arithmetic the cartoon sells. Abundance is the felt, load-bearing knowledge that your life is good with or without this particular woman. That the mission, the men, the work, the boat, do not evaporate when she does. That's it. And you can hear immediately why it changes everything. Why the man with abundance survives silence without spiraling, asks plainly without begging, hears no without collapsing, walks without drama. None of it is technique, all of it is downstream of a full Saturday. Scarcity man treats every woman as the last train out of a burning city, and people flee a man who grabs at them like that. Abundance man is the city, lit up, running, worth visiting, and he holds the door open exactly once. Nothing I ever did to attract a woman worked a tenth as well as becoming someone with somewhere to be. Now, all of this, the paradox, the audition, the raft, I learned on the terrain of parking lots and landlines, and I'm well aware the terrain has changed. My son's generation runs the same ancient machinery through a screen, where the orbit is a text thread, the ledger updates and read receipts, and a nice guy can now supplicate at scale from his bed to a woman who has 200 other men in her pocket. The physics didn't change, but the market did, radically, and pretending it didn't is how old men give young men useless advice. So before I take you to the parking lot where my own bill finally came due, let me tell you what I learned at my kitchen table, coaching Sam and his roommates through the new game, about apps, texting, mixed signals, situationships, and who pays, the oldest laws on the newest field. Chapter 11. The Modern Game. Years down the road from everything I've told you so far, my kitchen table turned into a clinic. It started with Sam home from college for a weekend trailing his roommate Tyler, who sat at my counter hunched over his phone like it owed him money. And it grew, the way these things grow, until some weekends there were 3 or 4 of them, Sam's roommates, his teammate Marcus, boys 20 and 21 years old, eating my groceries and asking a recovering nice guy how to talk to women, which I want you to appreciate as the finest joke my life ever told. But it turns out a man who has mapped a minefield by stepping on most of the mines has exactly the map young men need. And what I learned running that clinic is that the game has a new board, but the same pieces. Every disease in this book now runs at higher speed and larger scale, and so does every cure. So here's the modern game, as honestly as I can call it. An old man's eyes on a young man's field, checked weekly against the actual casualties at my actual table. Start with the apps, because that's where they all start now, and start with the fact nobody says out loud. The apps are not a level field. They are the most unequal market men have ever competed in, and a young man needs to know this the way a sailor needs to know about weather, not to curse it, to navigate it. A reasonably presentable woman on a dating app receives more male attention in a weekend than her grandmother received in a lifetime, hundreds of likes. An inbox like a fire hose, most of it identical, hey, hey, wow, beautiful, hey. A reasonably presentable man receives, rounding generously, silence. Marcus showed me his numbers once, weeks of effort, a handful of matches, conversations that died mid-sentence, and I watched what the silence was doing to him, because he was reading it the only way a young man can read it without help, as a verdict on his worth. And it isn't one. Hear this, because I watched it save that kid's spirit. The silence is the structure of the market, not the measure of the man. When one side of a market is drowning in identical offers, the price of any single offer falls to nothing. That's not cruelty, that's arithmetic. You cannot take the arithmetic personally, and you also cannot beat it by adding volume, by becoming the 100th hay. You beat it to the degree it can be beaten, the only way anyone ever stood out in a flooded market, by being visibly, specifically somebody. A profile that shows a man midlife, doing things he actually does, boat half built, dog, mountains, a face that's lived somewhere, a first message about her, specific, short, unimpressed with itself. And then, the part they all resist, you spend most of your efforts somewhere else entirely, because the apps are a rigged side game, not the main table. The main table is anywhere life happens in person: the climbing gym, the church, the volunteer crew, the friends' cookout, where you are a whole human with a voice and a Saturday instead of one card in a deck of 10,000. Every man at my table who ended up with a woman worth keeping, including eventually Marcus, met her at the main table. I don't think that's coincidence. The apps are where the nice guy's disease goes to scale, and the antidote has always been embodiment. Now texting, 'cause this is where I watched the orbit rebuild itself in miniature, thumb by thumb. The modern orbiter doesn't drive her to the airport, he holds a phone. He answers in 90 seconds at 3 in the morning. He sends paragraphs and receives 2 words. He double texts into silence, triple texts, and tells himself he's being attentive, and if you've heard nothing else in this book, you can now diagnose that boy cold. The silent bargain in a text thread. The anxious pursuit, broadcasting an empty Saturday in every instant reply. Sam's roommate Tyler was 6 months deep into one of these when I met him, a girl who answered warmly on Tuesdays and vanished on weekends, and he'd hand me his phone and say, "What should I text back?" as if there were a sentence that could fix a structure this crooked, and the honest answer, the one I finally gave him, is the theme of this whole half of the book. The problem isn't in the thread, son. The problem is that you've made a stranger's thumbs the thermostat of your entire week, and she can feel your whole life waiting on her, and nothing waiting is wanted. The mechanics I taught them are simple, almost stupid, and they work not as tricks but as hygiene. Match investment, roughly, over time. Paragraphs for paragraphs, silence for silence, not as punishment, as calibration. You're mirroring the market price of the conversation, instead of subsidizing it. Text to arrange, not to entertain. The phone is a logistics tool. The date is the product. A man who becomes her free entertainment channel has volunteered for the fireplace again, warm, pleasant, and never chosen. And when a thread only lives because you keep resuscitating it, you let it die, quietly, no announcement, no wounded final paragraph, that's the ledger talking. You just stop paying for what was always free to her, and you go back to the main table. Which brings me to the vocabulary my generation never needed, and the boys had to teach me before I could help them. The situationship. The undefined thing, months long sometimes. All the access of a relationship with none of the standing. We're not putting labels on it. Let's see where this goes. And breadcrumbing the ration of warmth, a heart emoji every few days, exactly enough to keep a man on the hook and nowhere near enough to feed him, which you will recognize, 'cause you've met her before in this book. That's the Orbit Farmer's metering, ported to the phone, where it runs cheaper than ever, a whole bench managed from a couch in an evening. Here's what I told the boys about both, and I'll say it as flatly as I said it at the table. An undefined arrangement is not mysterious. It is priced. It means, exactly, I am keeping my options open while you hold still. For her, it's an option, free, no expiry. For you, it's a reservation you're paying for with your 20s. And the nice guy accepts the fog for the oldest reason in this book, because asking for definition is asking, and asking can be refused, so he waits, deposits, hopes. Orbit Physics, Chapter 7, Nothing New Under the Sun. The fix is one plain sentence, delivered without heat, somewhere around the 2nd or 3rd month, not the 2nd date. I like you, and I'm looking for something real. Are we building that or not? And then, the part that makes the sentence mean anything, You believe the answer. A yes has a shape, plans made in daylight, friends met, a hand held in public, anything else. The speech about being so busy right now, not ready after her ex. You're so important to me, though. All of it, and I need the young men to carve this somewhere permanent. Fog is a no. A woman who wants you makes it easy. Not always instantly, but unmistakably. If the answer is fog, the answer is no, and you thank her for the evenings, and you leave the whole plate on the table, the texts, the maybe, the Tuesday warmth. Because remaining in a queue that never moves is not patience. It's the friend zone with better lighting. And queues that never move are where nice guys go to compost their prime. Mixed signals deserve their own minute because the phrase is doing crooked work in a young man's head. She says she loves talking to me, but she's never free. She watches all my stories but cancels twice. What does it mean? The movies raise these boys on the answer. Persist. The resistance is the second act. Wear her down. And the airport chase is act 3. And that script has ruined more decent men than whiskey. Here's the grown answer. There are no mixed signals, there are soft ones. A woman balancing kindness against disinterest sends warmth and unavailability at the same time because she's declining you gently, the way you decline a dinner invitation from someone you like but don't want. And the reason it looks mixed is that you're reading the kindness as the signal and the unavailability as the noise, when it's precisely the other way around. Judge the feet, not the words. Watch what she makes room for. Everyone makes room for what they want. The busiest woman alive reroutes a whole week for a man she's decided on. You've seen it, you've been rerouted for, or you will be. And it is unambiguous as a train. So the protocol I gave the boys is 1 clean ask, specific, easy to accept. Thursday, that taco place. 7. 1 reschedule offered if she counters with enthusiasm and a real alternative. And absent that, out. All the way out, cheerful about it, no callback speech. And here's the controversial part that I'll stand behind with my whole chest. No friendship consolation prize, not because women can't be friends with men, but because you were never applying for the position. And taking it anyway is the first deposit in a brand new silent bargain, and you know exactly where that account ends, because you've heard half a book about the ledger it feeds. 2 short ones and I'll close the clinic. Who pays? I pay, I told them, on a first date I asked her on, every time, and not as an argument about tradition, for the same reason I'd cover any guest I invited anywhere. It's my table, I called the meeting. But watch the spirit of the thing, because the identical gesture comes in 2 species. There's paying as courtesy, a full man hosting, and paying as purchase, the nice guy buying another lottery ticket, sliding the card down with the silent bargain humming underneath, and she can tell, they can always tell, the first one lands as strength, and the second as 1 more hay in the fire hose. Chivalry from a man who expects nothing is magnetic. The same acts from a man keeping receipts are grim, and if you can't yet pay for a dinner without filling the invoice form in your chest, that's not a dating problem, that's chapter 3. Go back and do the work. And second, the flinch every young man has about all of this. Tyler said it out loud one night. Doesn't all this walking away and matching investment just make me kind of cold? No, son. Opposite. You walk from the fog so that when you find the real thing, you can be warm without arithmetic, generous without a ledger, all the way in, on purpose, the way I finally learned to love your friend's mother about 30 years later than she deserved. The coldest men I've ever known were the nice ones, frozen solid under the sweater, smiling at women they secretly billed. The warmth was always downstream of the spine. The clinic worked, mostly. Marcus met a nurse at a trail cleanup and paid for dinner like a host instead of a bidder, and Tyler let the Tuesday thread die and lived, and Sam's story, I've already promised you it's coming, with the girl who kept him as a fallback and the 2 sentences that got him out. But I want you to notice something before we leave the kitchen table, because it's the hinge into everything that remains. Every fix I gave those boys, every single one, matched the investment, ask plainly, believe the feat, walk from fog, pay without invoices, is just this book, miniaturized. Have a self, price your attention honestly, want out loud, refuse the silent bargain, and none of it, not one line of it, was knowledge I possessed while my own life was burning. I could only teach it because I'd finally gone down into my own wreckage and hauled it up piece by piece, and the going down started on one specific night, in a truck, in a parking lot, with the engine off and the radio low, and a sentence I said out loud to a windshield. I've been promising you that night for half a book. It's time. Chapter 12. The Man in the Truck. Every nice guy has a secret life. I want to say that carefully, because the phrase sounds lurid, and sometimes it is, but mostly it's smaller and sadder than lurid. A man cannot delete his wants. That's the physics the whole program pretends not to know. He can only evict them from the daylight. And evicted wants don't leave, they relocate, to the hours and places where nobody's watching, and they set up a little country there with its own borders and its own currency, and the man ends up living as 2 people. The daylight man, agreeable, reliable, wants nothing, and the other one, the exile, who comes out when the house is asleep. For some men, the exile drinks, quietly, a working man's drinking, never quite a scene. For some it's spending, secret and specific. The garage fills with equipment for hobbies that never happen. My father's lumber under the tarp was the gentlest possible version of this. For a lot of men, more than will ever say so, it's the screen. Hours of it, in the den at midnight. Porn, or gambling, or just the endless scroll. Anything with lights on where nobody needs him to be pleasant. The particular vice matters less than the pattern, and here's the pattern. It's always something that asks nothing of him and disappoints no one, or seems to. It's always hidden, because the daylight man's whole identity is that he doesn't need anything. And it always gets bigger, because it's the only place his hunger is allowed to eat, and a hunger fed once a day at midnight learns to be very hungry at midnight. Mine was the truck. It started, I could almost laugh, as errands. Milk we didn't need. I'd volunteer, 8, 9 at night, anything we're low on. And then I'd drive the long way and park, sometimes at the grocery store, sometimes the boat launch, and I'd sit in the cab in the dark, and how do I explain this to you? I'd just be not pleasant, not helpful, not scanning any room. I'd sit there with the radio low and feel my own face relax out of the shape it held all day, and sometimes I'd sit for an hour, 2. The nicest man on the street, a wife and son in a warm house 80 feet from a marriage she was starving in, hiding in a parking lot like a fugitive, because the cab of a Ford was the only room in his life where nobody needed him to be the good boy. And I want you to hear the sentence I actually said out loud one night, alone, to the windshield, because it's the sentence that eventually drove me to the basement of a church. I looked at the grocery store lights, and I heard myself say, "This is the best part of my day." 11 o'clock on a Tuesday, 50 years old, and the best part of my day was the part with nobody in it. I sat there and heard it land, and for once I didn't reach for the radio dial or the ignition or any of the 100 little levers a man pulls to not know things. Whatever cracked in Ray's driveway in June had let the sentence all the way in. And the thought that followed it in, the one that finally scared me properly, wasn't about me. It was, this is the part they never see, it was about Sam. Because I'd started noticing things in my son, 17 by then. Noticing how he watched my face before he gave an opinion. How his opinions had started arriving pre-softened. Whatever you guys want is fine. How he apologized that spring for needing a ride to practice, apologized for having a need, to his own father, and I'd heard my voice come out of his mouth and understood in one cold drop that the program doesn't die with you. It's the family business. My father learned it somewhere, God knows what his kitchen looked like, and ran it till it stopped his heart in our driveway, and I apprenticed in it, watching him, and now the third shift was training in my living room, watching me, learning that a man is a face you arrange, and the parking lot was where I finally did the arithmetic. If nothing changed, in 35 years my boy would be sitting in some truck of his own, outside some store of his own, telling a windshield it was the best part of his day. And that, not the marriage, not the promotion, not even Anna's face across the counseling office, that was the weight that finally moved. I tell you this because you should look for your own version of the parking lot, and you should look tonight, not at the bottom, hopefully, before it. Where does your exile live? What's the thing you'd be embarrassed to explain, not because it's monstrous, mine wasn't, but because of what it confesses, that the life you built has no room in it for you. Find that place, and then do what I did with it. Use it as a gauge. The size of a man's secret life is the exact measurement of how much of himself he's evicted from his real one. Read your own gauge without flinching. Mine read almost empty. Now the church basement, because 2 weeks later, Ray took a hand in things, the way he did, sideways. I'd told him some of it, not the truck, not yet, but more than I told anyone, and one evening he mentioned, all casual, that a buddy of his ran a men's group Thursday nights at St. Mark's, and that I was going, and that he'd drive me, which was Ray's way of removing the exits. I want to tell you exactly what a men's group is, because half of you flinched. Just now, I felt it from here, and I flinched too. It is not what you think. Nobody held hands. Nobody chanted. It was 9 men, 26 to 81 years old, a welder, 2 salesmen, a dentist, a farmer whose wife had died the same spring, on metal folding chairs, in a room that smelled like coffee and floor wax, telling the truth about their lives one at a time while the others shut up and listened. That's it. That's the whole technology. And I sat in that circle my first Thursday, arms crossed, planning my pleasant escape, until a man across from me, big guy, hands like my father's, said the following sentence. He said, "My wife asked me what I wanted for my birthday, and I panicked, because I've been married 19 years, and I genuinely don't know what I want, about anything. And I don't think anyone's noticed, including her. And the room didn't gasp, because everyone in it already knew, and something behind my sternum, some bolt that had been torqued to spec since Delmore Street, just let go. He had my disease. He had my exact disease, and he was saying it out loud in a lit room, and the ceiling was staying up. I made it 4 more Thursdays before I talked. When I finally did, the thing that came out, first thing, before the marriage, before Diane, before any of the presentable material, was the truck. I told 9 near strangers about the parking lot, the sentence, the best part of my day, and I cried. Second time since the funeral, and the welder to my left put one hand on my shoulder and left it there and said nothing at all. And, listener, I have had men shake my hand at my father's grave and hug me at my wedding, and no touch in my life up to then had carried that much weight. It said, right, us too. Keep going, us too. There's the medicine, and I'm going to be direct with you about this because it's the piece men fight hardest. You cannot fix this alone, and I know that's exactly what you had planned. Listen to a book in the truck. Do the program in your head. Upgrade quietly. Unveil the new man when he's finished. No witnesses to the mess. That plant is the disease, do you see it? Secret self-improvement is just the secret life in a nicer costume. One more hidden project by the man whose whole problem is hiding. One more performance being prepared backstage. The program was installed in front of witnesses, a kitchen, a family, a watching boy, and I am sorry, but it only uninstalls in front of witnesses. Shame is the load-bearing wall, remember. The program runs on the certainty that the real you, the needing, wanting, angry, tired you, is unpresentable, and shame cannot be reasoned out of a man. In private, it dies only one way: exposure to daylight in front of other men who fail to be disgusted. That's why the circle works when the willpower doesn't. Every Thursday, some man put his unpresentable truth on the floor, and the room said, us too, and everyone's certainty got a little weaker. And mine got weaker with it, until the Thursday I understood it was gone. So, your assignment, and it's the hardest one in this book, and the only one that's mandatory. One human being, this month. A group if you can find one, and they're everywhere now. Or a counselor, or one trusted man, Ray grade, not a barstool acquaintance, and you tell him the thing you were going to take to the grave, the truck thing. Whatever yours is. One man, one truth, out loud. Everything else in this book is downstream of whether you do this. Because here's what the circle gave me. Beyond the relief, and this is where we turn toward the second half of this book, the building half. Somewhere around the 3rd month, the farmer, the widower, said something I wrote on a card and kept in my wallet for years. He said, grief taught me you can't think your way into living different. You can only live your way into thinking different. The circle can hold you up, but Thursday's just the pit stop, son. The race is the other 6 days. He was right, and the counselor said it fancier, and Ray said it blunter, and by then all my knowing had finally banked up against the same wall. Action, the actual doing of one small, dangerous, honest thing in the actual world, and I knew what mine had to be. Not because it was big, because it was the exact muscle I'd never once used. 11 letters, 2 words, the sentence every toddler can say and I could not. I had to tell somebody no, out loud, with my name on it, and let the sky do whatever it was going to do. The story of my first real no, what it cost, who it cost me, and why it was the best bad trade of my life. That's next. Chapter 13. The first number. The counselor and the Thursday Circle agreed on the prescription, which by itself got my attention, because they rarely phrased anything the same way. The prescription was, "Start microscopic." "Do not," they both said, in effect, "do not begin your recovery by marching into your boss's office to renegotiate your existence, or by sitting Anna down for the summit of the century." The nice guy loves that fantasy, the single dramatic scene that fixes everything, because a scene is a performance, and performances are home turf. No, the muscle was atrophied to nothing, and you rehab a dead muscle with embarrassing little weights. Somebody hands you a task that isn't yours, you say, "I can't take that one on." A waitress brings the wrong plate, you say, "Actually, I ordered the salmon." That's the weight class we're talking about. I remember being insulted. I remember thinking, I run capital projects, I don't need to practice on sandwiches. Then a Tuesday came, a diner, a club sandwich I hadn't ordered, set down in front of me, and I looked at it and I heard my mouth say, "This looks great, actually." I ate the sandwich. 50 years old. Ate the wrong sandwich. Rather than generate 4 seconds of friction with a teenager I would never see again, and sat there with mayonnaise I didn't want, finally understanding exactly how far gone the muscle was. So I practiced. I want to skip the montage and just hand you what I learned, the mechanics of the thing, because nobody ever taught me the mechanics, and they turn out to matter more than a courage. First, a no delivered late is 10 times the price of a no delivered early. My lifelong pattern was the soft dodge, "Let me see, I'll try, maybe," which I told myself was politeness, and which was actually cowardice on layaway, because now the no, when it finally came, arrived after they'd already planned on me, and cost triple, and confirmed the exact catastrophe the thermostat predicted. Say it in the first minute and it's a raindrop. Say it in the third week and it's a betrayal. Speed is mercy. Slow is cruel. It just defers the cruelty, which is the nice guy's specialty in everything. Second, padding invites negotiation. My early nose came out upholstered. Gosh, I wish I could. It's just that this weekend we've got the thing with, and I'd watch the other person do exactly what padding invites. Treat the no as an opening bid. Because a reason offered is a reason that can be solved. Oh, that thing's not till Sunday, though. I learned the grammar from a woman in the Thursday Circle's partner program. Of all places, 1 sentence I'll give you free, no, plus 1 honest clause, plus a full stop. I can't take that on, I'm at capacity. I won't be there Saturday, I've got family time booked. Then, and this is the entire skill, then nothing. You stop talking. The silence that follows a clean no lasts, in my experience, between 2 and 5 seconds, and it will feel, the first dozen times, like standing on a rail bridge hearing a train. That silence is the flinch window. Every collapse happens there. Nobody argues you out of your... No, understand, you argue yourself out of it in the window to make the silence stop. But it's just weather. And here's the fact your body doesn't believe yet and will only learn from repetitions. The silence ends on its own. The other person says, "All right, no worries," way more often than the thermostat has ever once predicted, and the sky, I am reporting from the far side now, the sky does not fall. Third, and this took the counselor to make me see, track where the discomfort actually lives. When I said yes against my will, the discomfort was real but deferred and diffuse, a low-grade poison spread over the whole errand, plus a ledger entry, Plus, a little more self-contempt in the tank. Total cost enormous, but the payments were small and hidden. The no was the opposite deal. All the cost up front. 4 seconds of acute social pain. Then done. Nothing to resent, nothing to leak, nothing in the ledger. Once I genuinely understood I wasn't choosing between pain and no pain, I was choosing between 4 seconds retail and a lifetime wholesale, the accounting alone started carrying me through the flinch window. Now, Doug, because the little waits were always leading somewhere, and it wasn't the diner. About 8 months into this, Doug called on a Sunday night. Some of you have this friend, the call that always opens with 15 minutes of warmth and lands on a need. I'd known Doug 32 years by then, and I knew the shape of the call by the second sentence, the way you know a song from the opening bar. And sure enough, business trouble, temporary thing, you're the only one I can ask. 2,000. And I sat at my kitchen table with the phone warm against my ear, $3,000 already lost somewhere in the history between us, plus the truck he'd borrowed and returned with the bumper creased and never mentioned, plus 30 years of me driving, me listening, me paying, the whole Doug ledger open in front of me. And I felt the old machinery start to move, felt my mouth begin the shape of, when do you need it by? And then, and I credit the sandwiches, I actually do, 8 months of stupid little repetitions had built just enough muscle. I heard another sentence come out instead. I said, no, Doug, I'm not lending money anymore. I care about you, and that part of us is over. The flinch window opened, longest of my life, that silence, and inside it I could hear my own heart. And then Doug laughed, one short note, no humor in it, and said, wow, okay, good for you, I guess, and a couple of colder sentences after that. Guys like us are supposed to have each other's backs. Must be nice to be doing so well. And then a short goodbye, and that, I want to tell you plainly, was functionally the end of a 32-year friendship. A few thin texts over the following months, a handshake at a funeral 2 years later, and nothing since. The prophecy fulfilled. The thermostat had said all along, refuse and they leave, and I refused, and he left. And now I'm going to tell you what I understood within 1 week of that phone call, sitting with the loss, because this is the center of the chapter and maybe the center of the whole rebuild. The friendship didn't end that Sunday. That Sunday, I finally took an honest measurement of it. What ended was a 32-year arrangement in which the position of friend was occupied by a man whose warmth ran on my usefulness, and I only found that out by becoming, for one sentence, useless. The no didn't destroy anything real. The no was a load test. That's an engineer's term, and it's exactly right. You put weight on a structure to find out what it's actually made of, and some structures fail the test. And an engineer will tell you that a structure that fails the load test was never safe to stand on. You just hadn't found out yet. I grieved Doug, genuinely, for a while, but underneath the grief, and I felt almost guilty about this, there was something that took me weeks to name because I'd had so little of it. It was solid ground. I knew, for the first time in 3 decades, exactly what that friendship had been, and knowing, even knowing something sad, is standing somewhere real. The nice guy's whole social life is unmeasured structures he's afraid to load. Relationships maintained by never once finding out what they're made of. After Doug, I load-tested everything, gently, just by being a man who could say no, and I lost, in total, 2 friendships and a needy cousin's affection. Everything else held. Sit with that number. Everything else held. And the ones that held got stranger and better, because a yes from a man who can say no turns out to be worth something. People can feel the difference between chosen and extracted. My yes had been trading at zero for 50 years, and every no I survived was, quietly, repricing it. And Ray, when I told him about Doug in the driveway, listened all the way through, like always, and then handed me the sentence I want to close this one with, because it reframed the whole enterprise and it points at everything still ahead of us. He said, "Good. Now understand what you're actually building, because it isn't a wall to keep folks out. Every no is a brick in something, son, and here's the thing nobody tells you. People can only trust a man who has a shape. A man who agrees with everything is fog. You can't lean on fog. Can't even find it twice in the same place. Say no enough honest times, and you start having edges, and edges is just another word for people finally know where you are." Then he tipped his coffee at me and said, "Course, edges are only half the job. A no tells them where you stop. It doesn't tell anybody what you're for." And that was Ray, handing me the next assignment before I'd caught my breath from the last one. Because he was right. The no was defense, clearing the squatters out of my life, my time, my accounts. What remained, standing in the cleared ground, was the bigger and stranger question, the one from the counselor's office at the very start, the one I'd never in 50 years been able to answer. What do you want? Not what will you refuse. What do you actually, positively, in your own name, want? Learning to answer that out loud, in front of witnesses, in matters as small as a restaurant and as large as the rest of my working life, that was the strangest work I've ever done. And it's next. Chapter 14. Wanting Out Loud. Here's a thing that happened about a year into the rebuild, small as a sandwich, and I've thought about it 1,000 times since. Anna and I were deciding on a Friday dinner, and she asked the ancient question, "Where do you want to go?" And my mouth opened to deliver the ancient answer, "Wherever sounds good to you, I'm easy," and I caught it. Right at the teeth, I caught it. And in the little silence that followed, I actually asked myself the question, maybe genuinely for the first time in our marriage. Not what's convenient, not what she's in the mood for, not what keeps the evening frictionless. What did I want? And I found, down under the reflex, that I knew. There was a Basque place across the river I'd read about twice, and thought about more than twice. Lamb and good bread, and a loud little dining room, and I heard myself say, "I want to go to Echia, the Basque place on 4th. I've wanted to try it for months." And Anna went still for a second, the way you do at an unfamiliar sound in a familiar house, and then she smiled, a real one I hadn't seen in a while, and said, "Well, all right then," and started looking for her shoes. In the truck, she kept glancing at me. Halfway across the bridge, she said, "You know, that's the first time in maybe 15 years you've told me an actual restaurant." And she said it lightly, but it wasn't light, and we both knew it. It was a sighting, like some animal presumed extinct had just crossed the road in the headlights. I want to spend this chapter on wanting out loud, which sounds like the smallest thing in this book, and is, I'm convinced now, the deepest. The no's of the last chapter clear the ground, but a man cannot live on refusals. What goes in the cleared space is wants, spoken ones, owned ones, and for men like us, this turns out to be far harder than the no's, and it's worth understanding why before I tell you how it went. Saying no defends territory. Frightening, but at least the program understands defense. Saying I want, though, that creates a target. Think about what happens mechanically when you state a desire. You've just told the room what can be denied you. You've handed over the coordinates of something soft, this matters to him, and you've claimed in front of witnesses that your preferences deserve floor space, which is precisely the claim the boy on Delmore Street learned would darken the sky. Don't be selfish. Who do you think you are? And there's a subtler snare under that one. If I never say what I want, then whatever happens, I can tell myself it wasn't much, I didn't really care, easy come. The unstated want can't publicly die. State it, and it can. The man who says, out loud, I want this promotion, I want you, I want to try for it, has created in that sentence the possibility of being seen losing. Silence had insured me against visible defeat my whole life, and the premium I finally worked out was everything. That's what wanting out loud actually is. It's not communication advice. It's the decision to stop being uninsurable, to let the world watch you want things it may not give you. That's why it's the deep muscle. The no was practice. This is the game. So the counselor gave me the homework that sounds idiotic and isn't, and I'm giving it to you. The want journal, though I refuse to call it that, it was a pocket notebook. My father's habit turned to opposite purpose, and the instruction was, 3 times a day, any moment, stop and write down what you want, right then. Doesn't matter how small, matters only that it's true, and that you find it yourself, without checking anyone's face first. And listener, the first week broke my heart. Not because it was hard to do, because I'd sit there, pen out, truck parked, a grown man with a mortgage and a career, genuinely stumped, 3-4 minutes at a stretch, by the question a child answers instantly. What do you want right now? I had spent so many decades routing every desire through the filter of what's convenient for the room that the pipe from the wanting part of me to the knowing part had silted shut. Week 1, my notebook says things like, coffee, window open, this meeting to end, fine, water through the pipe. Week 3, it says, an hour in the shop with nobody needing anything, Saturday fishing, alone. It says, I want to fix the Harold problem my way this time, without running the design past Dennis first. Week 6, and I remember writing this one in the parking lot, of course the parking lot. It says, I want work I'm proud of again before I'm done. And somewhere past that, the entry stopped being restaurant orders and started being bearings. A compass, Ray would say. The thing inside. It was never missing. That's what the notebook taught me. It was buried alive, and it had been down there sending up taps the whole time, the boat magazines, the truck, the long way home, and all I ever needed to do was stop treating the taps as noise. Then you graduate from the notebook, because a want known privately is only half born. It has to be said, with your name on it, to the person who can deny it. And I'll give you the honest ladder I climbed, 'cause the rungs matter. Restaurants and movies first, genuinely. Start there. I'm not joking about the stakes feeling real. The first month of I'd rather see the other one, and I want the window seat, will burn more than you expect. And every single time the sky will hold, and your body will be taking notes. Then preferences with friction in them. I want Thanksgiving at our house this year. I don't want the radio on, actually. Then the ones with money and time on them, I told Anna, standing in the kitchen with my heart going like a hammer as if I were confessing an affair, that I wanted to take $400 and 2 full Saturdays and rebuild an old outboard motor I'd found, a want with no justification attached, no it'll be useful, for I just wanted it. And saying an unjustified want to my wife's face was, I swear to you, among the 10 hardest things I'd done that year. She said, and I offer you her exact response as a field report from the other side. She said, "Why are you telling me like it's a hostage negotiation? Buy the motor." And then she laughed, and then she stopped laughing, because we both heard it again, the animal crossing the road. She hadn't been the warden of my wants for 20 years. The warden had always been in my own chest, wearing her face, wearing my mother's face, wearing whatever face the room offered, and every clean want I spoke was another visiting hour with the actual woman, instead of the warden I'd painted over her. And at work the latter went somewhere I did not expect. Remember the meetings. 22 years of good work might just keep an eye on. About 14 months into this, the company greenlit a control system overhaul I knew in my hands, was designed wrong, and the old sentence assembled itself in my throat, playing devil's advocate for a second, and I stood in that conference room, 51 years old, sweating like a rookie, and said instead, "I think this design fails within a year, here's where, and here's what I want us to build instead." I want, in a status meeting, with the section head, Craig, in the room. The silence that followed had real weight, and I stood in it, surfing the Flinch window like a man with 8 months of sandwiches behind him, and what happened next is almost funny. Nothing fell. They argued, I held, not aggressively, just steadily, the way Ray held the lumber conversation, and they ran my numbers, and 3 weeks later most of my version got built, and 8 months after that, when a bigger overhaul came up, the plant manager, who had barely registered my existence in 2 decades, asked for me by name. By name. I want to be careful here. This isn't a fairy tale where the meek fellow speaks up once and gets carried out on shoulders. Plenty of my spoken wants got denied. That year and since, I lost arguments, got told no, watched a project I wanted go to someone else anyway. That's the tuition, remember. Wanting out loud means being seen losing, but here's the ledger on it, the honest one. 22 years of silent wanting had produced, cumulatively, nothing anyone could point to. 2 years of spoken wanting produced the best work of my career. The outboard motor running blue smoke off the lake at dawn. A marriage where my wife glanced sideways at me in the truck like there might be somebody in the passenger seat after all. And a self, an actual location, where people could finally find me, deny me, meet me, know me. The performance had cost everything and insured nothing. Wanting out loud cost 4 seconds at a time, and it bought back the man. One more thing it bought, and this one I have to hand to the next chapter, because it deserves the whole room. There is a species of want I haven't touched yet, the oldest exile of them all, the one that went underground before all the others and dug the deepest. A married man who cannot say I want the window seat certainly cannot say to the woman across the kitchen, the truer, barer thing, I want you. Desire, the man and woman kind, the kind that had gone so quiet in our house that we'd both stopped listening for it, the kind Anna confessed she'd traded away for safety and I'd been too hidden to offer, that want lives by the same law as all the others, silent, it rots, spoken, it comes back to life, but the speaking of it, after 20 years of polite roommate darkness, is its own frightening country. What happened when 2 people who chose safety finally risked wanting each other out loud at 51 and 49, that's next, and it's the chapter I almost didn't write. Chapter 15. The Return of Desire. I said this was the chapter I almost didn't write, and here's why. A man my age talking about desire in his own marriage, walks a line between honesty and oversharing, and I intend to stay on the right side of it. You can relax. But leaving it out would be a lie of omission, the polite kind, the kind this whole book exists to quit. Because I have sat in enough Thursday circles now to know that this part of the wreckage is close to universal and almost never spoken. The marriages don't just go quiet at the dinner table. They go quiet everywhere. And everybody in the room knows exactly what I mean. And the silence around it is so complete that every man thinks his house is the only cold one on the street. So, honesty with the shades drawn where they belong. By the time of the kitchen conversation, the dish towel night, Anna and I had been, in every sense that matters, roommates for years. Warm roommates even. We ran a good operation. The calendar, the kid, the holidays, two competent adults being unfailingly pleasant to each other across a gap neither of us would name. And I want to trace how it got that way, because the nice guy's marriage doesn't lose desire the way normal weather changes. It loses it by design. The program kills it deliberately, and understanding the mechanism was, for me, the key to reversing it. Go back to what Anna said. You offered yourself as safety. Now add the layer I could only see after the notebook, after the wanting work. Desire, mine for her, was a want. The barest, most exposed, most deniable want there is. To reach for your wife, plainly, as a man, is to say out loud, I want you right now, with the full risk of, not tonight, standing right there in the room. And what does the program do with wants that can be denied? It hides them. It routes around the risk. So over the years, without one conscious decision, I had converted every approach into something safer. Affection with an exit built in. The hug at the sink that could always have just been a hug. The half invitations, deniable as jokes. Testing the water so no rejection would ever have my name on it. And hear this. A man testing the water communicates one thing above everything else, fear, and I promise you, whatever fear communicates to a woman, it is not desire. Anna told me later that being wanted by me in those years felt like being circled. Circled, never approached. And a woman circled long enough stops feeling like a woman being desired and starts feeling like a hazard being managed. And her own wanting, whatever was left of it after choosing the safe man, goes to sleep in the cold. And there's a second mechanism, uglier, and I found it in the ledger. Remember the leaking, the withholding I listed with the sighs and the fog? I did not withhold desire only out of fear. Some seasons, and it took real digging to admit this, I withheld it as billing. All those unpaid invoices, the unappreciated weekends, the birthday that bought nothing. The ledger presented its statements in the bedroom, too, not as a decision. Nothing was ever a decision. Just a fog of tiredness and distance that was, underneath, a sulk. A man too nice to raise his voice will make love coldly scarce and call it stress. And if that sentence just hit you somewhere, good. It was the single most shameful entry in my own audit, because of the two people it punished, and because of what it made me into in my own bed, a passive-aggressive accountant in pajamas. Nice guys don't have low libido, as a class. They have desire buried under fear on one side and resentment on the other. The two great weights of the whole program, and the reason I can say that with confidence, is what happened when the weights came off. Because here's the report from the far side, and this is the part the self-help books get abstract about, and I won't. As the nose got said and the ledger got emptied, as the wants came up out of the ground one species at a time, that one came up too. not as technique. There was no candlelit summit, no scheduled spontaneity out of a magazine. What happened was slower and stranger. It happened as a side effect. A man who has stopped performing has energy he's never had, attention he's never had, and edges, and a woman living with him feels the room change before anything is said. And one ordinary Tuesday, months into the rebuild, standing in the kitchen while she told me something about her sister, I looked at my wife and wanted her, simply, the old way, the pre-programmed way, and instead of routing it, filing it, cushioning it with a joke, I said it, plainly, to her face, with my name on it, no exit built in. I won't give you the words, they're ours. I'll give you what I saw, which was my wife of 20 years, going still, the animal in the headlights stillness, and then color coming up her neck like a girl, and I understood, in that kitchen, that no one had spoken to her like that in 15 years, and that both of us had been starving, politely, at the same full table, each waiting for the other to reach first. She did not say yes that night, by the way. I want that in the record, too. She was startled and wary. 20 years of circling doesn't dissolve in an evening, and the man I'd been a year earlier would have taken the wariness as verdict, filed it, and resumed circling for another decade. Instead, I did the only new thing I knew. I stayed in the window, didn't sulk, didn't grab, didn't vanish, just let the want stay said, out on the table, alive, mine. And some weeks later, it was her, ordinary Tuesday, my forearm, her hand. And I'll close the shades there, except to say that what came back to our house that year was not the honeymoon. We were 50, not 30. It was something I'd trade every honeymoon for. Two grown people who know each other's worst ledgers, wanting each other out loud, on purpose, with the lights of the whole hard history on. The safe marriage I'd tried to build for 20 years never once felt safe. That's the joke of it. This does. Turns out safety was downstream of the risk the whole time. Now let me walk it down the hall, because while all this was happening, there was a 17-year-old in my house running my old software, and the day came, it always comes, when he sat down across from me at the kitchen table with his own first rec. Her name was Mia, Sam's junior year, and I watched my son do, over about 8 months, a shot-for-shot remake of the Diane years, compressed the way kids compress things now. The texting made it worse. The meter of her attention ran hourly. He was her steady late-night call, her ride, her shoulder through 2 boyfriends, and he kept his own wanting hidden and banked his deposits and waited to be noticed. My boy, my exact disease, 3rd generation, and the night it broke, prom season, she'd ask some other kid while thanking Sam for being basically her best person ever. He sat at that table wrecked, and angry the way I'd been angry in the car outside my apartment at 25. Girls only want jerks, Dad, and there it was, the fork in the road, the bitter turn, waiting for my son the way it waits for every one of them. And I got to do the thing my father, God rest him, never had the equipment to do. I didn't give him a lecture, I gave him the autopsy. I told him about Diane. All of it, the airport runs, the 2 years, practically family, the parking lot fury. And I watched my son's eyes go wide, not at the story, at the fact of it. His steady, unremarkable dad, same wound, same age. And then I gave him the 2 sentences I had paid 3 decades for, and I'll leave them with every young man listening, because everything I taught years later at the kitchen table clinic stands on these 2. First, she didn't do this to you. You did this. By hiding what you wanted and calling the hiding friendship, and the proof it was never friendship is how much she owes you in your head right now. A real friend keeps no ledger. Second, the fix is not to become harder, colder, some cartoon. The fix is one sentence said early, in daylight, with your name on it. I like you, I'm asking you out. That's it. That's the entire technology, said in week 2, not year 2. And then, whichever answer comes, you take it standing up, and you stay gone from the orbit. No means no lunches and airport runs consolation prize, not out of spite, out of honesty, because you were never applying for the lunches. The boys who learned that sentence at 17, Sam said it to a girl named Hannah that fall, got turned down flat, said it again in the spring to a girl named Priya, and I watched him walk out the door to pick her up, wearing my old confidence like it had been tailored down for him. Those boys skipped the decade in the truck. That's the inheritance I wanted to leave. Not the program. The sentence. So that's desire, come back from the exile, in 2 generations of one house. But I'd be selling you smooth water if I stopped here, because a man who starts wanting out loud, saying no, having edges, that man changes the deal for everyone who held stock in the old hymn. And not everyone celebrates. Anna blinked and adjusted and met me. She wanted a person there all along. Others, and I mean people I loved, people whose photos are on my walls, fought the new terms like a rezoning board. And the worst Thanksgiving of my life, the one my mother still calls the year you were so cruel to me, was the price of the last lesson in the rebuild. Where the fence goes, what it costs to hold it, and why a fence, held kindly, is the opposite of a wall. That's next. Chapter 16. A fence is not a wall. My mother was 76 years old when I finally put up the first fence, and I want to start this chapter by saying the thing I most need you to believe going into it. This is not a revenge chapter. The weather system from Delmore Street was, by then, an old woman with a bad hip who did the crossword in ink. And I loved her, love her still, and every single thing I'm about to describe was done because I loved her, though it took me 2 years to be able to say that sentence without my jaw tightening. If you've been waiting through this whole book for the part where I finally tell somebody off, this is going to disappoint you, and the disappointment is the lesson. Here's what the relationship looked like at the start of the rebuild, and see if any of the machinery is familiar. My mother called most days. Fine. But the calls ran on a protocol older than my marriage. She'd present a problem, the furnace, the neighbor, her knee, a tone would enter her voice, the old barometric drop I could read before I could read books, and I would deploy. Sunday afternoons at her place, most Sundays, not because I chose them, but because they had always happened, and canceling one, ever, for any reason, triggered the full frontal weather, the wounded silence, the I suppose you're busy, the guilt delivered with a sigh instead of a sentence, and the follow-up call to my aunt, who would then call me. She commented on Anna's housekeeping, our parenting, my weight, freely, at our own table, and for 25 years of marriage, I had never once responded with anything but a chuckle and a subject change, while across the table my wife learned, year over year, that her husband would not stand between her and anything, as long as the anything was his mother. That last item, by the way, is the one I'd put on a billboard for every married nice guy listening. Ask your wife, tonight, whether she feels you'd hold a line against your own family on her behalf. Don't defend. Don't explain. Just ask, and then survive the answer. Because for most of us, the answer is no, and a woman who knows she's alone at that fence never fully rests in the house behind it. Now the word boundary gets used badly, so let me give you the engineering spec before the story. A boundary is not a demand. That's the first confusion. You do not actually get to demand your mother stop guilt-tripping, stop criticizing, stop being who 60 years of her own history made her. You have no controls on her side of the line, none, and every failed boundary I've ever seen failed right there. A man trying to operate levers in another person's house. A boundary is a statement about your side. It has the shape, if X happens, I will do Y. And the Y is always yours, always something fully inside your own control. And the second confusion, the one in the chapter title. A wall says, you can't reach me, forever, full stop. Walls are for endings. A fence has a gate, and the whole message of a fence is different. It says, here is where my land starts, and here is the gate, and here are the conditions of the gate, and you are wanted, through the gate, on those conditions. A wall protects you from a person. A fence makes it possible to keep loving them. I built exactly one wall in the rebuild. Doug got a wall, mostly by his own choosing. My mother got a fence, and holding it was harder than every no in Chapter 13 put together, because she was the original weather. The fence was going up on Delmore Street soil, and the 8-year-old at the controls screamed the whole time. The Thanksgiving. It was 2 years into the rebuild. 16 people at our table. Anna had cooked for 3 days, and my mother arrived in a mood, hip-hurting probably, held court, and midway through dinner delivered one of her specialties, a long, smiling observation about how different the stuffing was from the way she'd always made it, how she supposed nobody valued the old ways now, each sentence a small hook aimed at my wife, who was smiling the way you smile when you're being filleted at your own table, and I heard my chuckle begin to assemble, the 25-year-old chuckle, and I put it down. And I said, quietly, plainly, no ledger in my voice because I'd done 2 years of work to be able to keep it out, Mom, Anna cooked for 3 days, and it's wonderful. That's enough about the stuffing. 11 words. That was the entire atrocity. In a movie there'd be a speech, but in a real dining room 11 flat words from a son who has never once said, a flat word is an earthquake. And the weather came, right on schedule, the fork set down, the silence, the eyes filling, the I see, the napkin, the departure from the table to the guest room, the whole percussion section, 16 guests studying their plates. And here is the moment I want you to see, the exact hinge of the chapter. The old program had one move for this. Follow her, soothe, apologize, restore the sky, whatever it costs. And every cell in me leaned down that hallway. And I sat still. I sat in the French window at my own Thanksgiving table, with my heart slamming, and I did not go make the weather stop, because the weather was hers, hers to have, hers to manage, a grown woman's feelings on the far side of the fence, and the revolution of my entire life was contained in the physical act of remaining in a chair. My aunt went to her, eventually. Dinner limped on. She emerged for pie, wounded and regal. And that night she called my sister, and the phrase, "the year you were so cruel to me," entered the family archive, where it lives to this day. Cruel. 11 words in defense of my wife, delivered without a raised voice. And this is why I told you the disappointment is the lesson, because when you finally hold a line, after decades of holding none, you will not be judged against ordinary standards. You'll be judged against your own catalog and against a lifetime of your zero. Any number looks like violence. The system you trained will call the fence cruelty, will genuinely experience it as cruelty no one is faking, and it will invite you, with tears that are real tears, to tear the fence down and call the demolition love. And you will stand there, guilty as a burglar, needing to know the thing Ray told me in the driveway when I brought him the wreckage that weekend. Guilt, he said, comes in two kinds, and a man has to learn the difference or he's steerable forever. There's the guilt of doing wrong, and there's the guilt of doing different, and they feel identical from the inside. Son, identical, the body can't tell them apart. So you check it outside your body. What did you actually do? Say the facts out loud to a man you trust, and watch his face. I said, my mother criticized my wife cooking at our table, and I said, that's enough. And she left the table in tears. And Ray looked at me for a long second and said, and the crime part comes when? That's the test. The guilt of doing wrong survives being said out loud to an honest witness. The guilt of doing different evaporates in about a minute of daylight. Learn that test, because your first fences will drench you in the second kind, and men who can't tell them apart pull down every fence they build, usually within the week. I held it, shaking, but I held. And now, the part nobody puts in the pamphlet, what happened next, over months, because boundaries don't resolve in a scene, they resolve in maintenance. She tested it, of course, the way anything tests a new fence, leaned on it at the next dinner. A smaller hook, got the same 11-word flatness, and the Sunday protocol got renegotiated too. I called it down to what I could do wholeheartedly, every other week, chosen, real, and when the wounded silence came, I let it be a silence instead of a siren. And my mother, 76 years old, hip and crossword, and 60 years of her own unexamined weather, did something I had genuinely believed impossible, which is why I'm telling this story instead of 100 others. She adjusted, not transformed. Hear me, this is not that kind of book. There was no tearful reckoning. Where she saw everything, she went to her grave 6 years later, having never once acknowledged the fence existed. But she stopped walking through where it stood. The hooks at the table dwindled to nearly none. The Sunday visits, the every other ones, got, and I don't have a fancier word for it, nice, actually nice. Crossword and coffee and her stories I'd heard 90 times, and was suddenly, strangely, glad to hear 91, because I was there on purpose instead of on protocol. It turns out, and I found this in every direction I ran the experiment, at work, in the family, on the street, most people, the vast majority, will meet you at whatever line you hold with love and consistency. They rearrange themselves around your zero without malice, and they'll rearrange around your fence the same way, grumbling, testing, then settling, and some of them, this is the secret sweetness of it, some of them like you better afterward, because a man with a fence is a man you can locate, and my mother, I believe this to my soul, spent her last years liking her son better, this new flat-voiced son she never admitted was new, than she'd ever quite managed to like the good boy, because the good boy, remember, the good boy was a lie she could feel the way everyone always feels it. She died the spring after Ray did, held my hand at the end, told me I'd been a good son. And I want to give you the last thing she gave me, because it belongs to this chapter. Going through her things, my sister and I found in her bureau a photograph I'd never seen. My mother at 19, before my father, before Delmore Street, on some porch rail with her chin up and a grin I did not recognize, bold as brass, a girl with edges everywhere, and pinned behind it a ribbon from a county fair, second place, and I sat on her bed and understood that I'd never once asked in 50-odd years, what the weather had been like where she grew up, who taught her the barometric arts, what got buried in her and never spoken. The program is a family business, all the way up the line, further back than anyone can see. Fences were how I finally stopped it from running downhill. But it was too late to walk back uphill. And that, the uphill part, the people you don't get to renegotiate with because the clock runs out, that's the tuition I most want to save you. Which brings me, last of all, to the men, because Ray's clock was running too, all through those years, and I knew it, and what happened in that driveway at the end, and what 9 men on folding chairs turned out to be worth when it mattered most, is nearly the last thing I have to tell you. Chapter 17. The Men in Your Corner. Here's a question I started asking men once I became the kind of man other men talk to, and I've now asked it 100 times, in circles, in driveways, and truck cabs, and the answer is so consistent it should be on the news. The question is, if the worst thing in your life happened tonight, the diagnosis, the divorce papers, the thing with your kid, who's the man you'd call? Not your wife. A man. And I don't mean who'd help you move a couch. Nice guys know 40 of those. We're everybody's couch guy. I mean the man you'd call at 1 in the morning and say, I'm not okay, and then actually tell him the truth. Watch a man's face when you ask him. The pause is the answer. Most men over 35 are carrying their entire lives alone, and the nice guys are carrying more than anybody. And here's the fact I want to open with. It is not because men are unfeeling islands by nature. I bought that story for 50 years. It's a lie, and I can prove it's a lie, because I've now sat for a decade in a room where it comes apart every single Thursday. The nice guy is friendless in a particular way, and it's worth doing the engineering on it, because the loneliness isn't an accident of his life, it's a product of the program. 3 ways at least. Start with the obvious one. The friendships he does have are service contracts. We covered Doug. The nice guy attracts, and is attracted to, arrangements where his role is clear. Driver, listener, lender, fixer, because a defined job is safer than the terrifying open water of just being liked or not liked as a man. So he ends up with a full phone and no friends, 40 accounts, no intimacy. Second, the disguise makes real friendship structurally impossible, and I mean structurally. Friendship, the real kind, is 2 men letting each other see where the load-bearing cracks are. The program's prime directive is, no one sees the cracks, so the nice guy can stand next to a good man for 20 years, golfing, working, barbecuing, and never once hand over anything true. And you cannot be friends with a performance. We established that about marriage. It goes double for men, who have less patience for performances and fewer scripts for getting past them. And third, the quiet one, the competitive shame. The nice guy assumes every other man has it handled. The marriage, the money, the wanting, everybody but him. So showing his interior to another man feels like showing the one broken machine in a shop full of working ones. That Thursday when the big welder said, I don't know what I want about anything, and the ceiling stayed up, the medicine wasn't his sentence. It was the room full of nodding. The discovery that the shop is full of broken machines. Every bay, every man, all of them draped in tarps. So the circle became, over the years, the opposite of everything my social life had ever been. And I want to tell you what long-term looks like, because Chapter 12 was the door, and most men never hear about the house. Years in, that room knew things about me that Anna learned second. Not because I ranked them above her, because some ore has to be smelted somewhere before you can bring it into the marriage without burning the place down. That's what the room is for. They called me on things. That's the part the pamphlets undersell. The dentist, of all people, mild little guy, caught me one Thursday doing a full nice guy aria about how patient I was being about a thing with Anna, and said, quietly, "You've said, 'I'm fine with it,' 4 times tonight, and each time your jaw did something, and the room waited, and he was right, and 20 years earlier that resentment would have leaked for a decade. In the room it lived 4 days. That's the actual function of men in your corner, not cheerleading, calibration. A man alone cannot read his own gauges. I don't care who he is. The instrument drifts. Self-deception is just what a mind does with no witnesses. And the drift always favors the old program, because the old program is the groove. Other men, honest ones, sworn to no politeness, are how you re-zero the instrument. Ray did it in driveways. The Circle did it on Thursdays. Between them, they kept me true the way a second set of eyes keeps a measurement true. And I stopped being ashamed of needing it, the day I realized every pilot flies with instruments and a tower both, and nobody calls the pilot weak. And then there's what the corner is for when the engineering runs out, which brings me to Ray, because his knees were the least of it the last 2 years. It started with a tremor he waved off. Then the diagnosis, he mentioned the way you'd mention a change in the forecast. Parkinson's, plus the heart, 79 by then, and I watched the strongest self I'd ever met walk into the country, where cells get dismantled bolt by bolt. And here is where I get to report on something almost nobody gets to see up close. How a man with no performance in him does the end. He let us help. That sounds small. Weigh it. The man's whole architecture was built on capability, 60 years of iron. And when the hands went, he handed me his coffee cup to carry without a speech, said, "You take it, mine's gone rude," and grinned and kept talking. When driving ended, he didn't do the months of dangerous pride. He tossed me the keys in October and said, "You're my wheels now, son. Don't drive like an engineer." He grieved it. I don't mean he was a postcard. I sat with him twice while he was quiet in a way that had weight. And once, only once, he said, "This part's harder than they let on, and let that be true in the truck between us without asking me to fix it, or forgive him for saying it." You see what that is? That's the same technology as everything else in this book. Wants and weakness and daylight, with his name on them, no disguise, run all the way out to the place where the stakes stop being restaurants and promotions and become the whole cliff face of a man's dignity. The program says need nothing, and its men die the way my father died, in performance to the last, in a driveway, alone, en route to a favor. Ray needed things out loud, and so Ray died the way he lived, accompanied. There were men in that little house every day of his last month. The Circle took shifts without being asked. His daughter didn't carry one night of it alone, and I was there the last Tuesday, holding the coffee he could no longer hold, when he looked over at me with those pale eyes that had read me in one squint from a moving truck ramp 7 years before, and said the last thing he ever said to me. He said, "You turned out." 2 words. The man taught me everything in sentences of 2 words. I said, "You had a hand in it." He said, "Nah. I just told you what you already," and then he was tired, and didn't finish it, and didn't need to. He went that Friday. And the funeral, I told you about the eulogy test back in chapter 5. The funeral was the final data point in the 20-year experiment this book has been. My father's funeral, half a town, nicest man we ever knew, warm nothing, the sound of 1,000 favors and no fingerprints. Ray's funeral was not large. Ironworkers his age are thin on the ground, and he'd only had 7 years in our town. But I watched 3 grown men stand up at that service, the welder was one of them, I was another, and say some version of, "He told me the truth once, and it turned my whole life," and I watched his union brothers, old men with hands like tree roots, carry that casket like it was made of something precious, and I stood there in my black suit doing the arithmetic I'd been doing since Delmore Street, and it finally fully balanced. The nicest man in town and the kindest man I ever knew got exactly the funerals they built. One was mourned like good weather, pleasant while it lasted. The other was mourned like a load-bearing wall, and you could hear the difference in the room. You could hear it. And driving home from that graveside, I finally understood the whole ledger of a man's life comes down to which sentence they say over you, and that I still had, if I was lucky, 25 years to keep earning the second one. So, the assignment, the last one before we close, and it's Ray's more than mine, so treat it accordingly. Get in a room. I said it in Chapter 12 as medicine for the shame. I'm saying it now as architecture for the rest of your life, and if there's no room in your town, understand something. Every room I've described was started by one ordinary man, asking 2 or 3 others, and it can be a garage. Ours moved to my garage, in fact, after St. Mark's changed pastors, and it runs there still. Thursday nights, 9 chairs, some of them now filled by men younger than my son. And while you're at it, do the other thing, the retail version. Pick one man you already know, one, this month, and hand him a single true sentence about your actual life, not the highlight reel, and watch what happens. Worst case, he fumbles it, and you're out one dinner. Best case, and I've now watched the best case dozens of times from both sides of it. Best case, the tarp comes off his machine too, and 2 carrying men set down half their weight in one evening, and something starts that outlives you both. Men in your corner. It's the last load-bearing piece, and with it in place, I've got just one chapter left in me, the one where I go back to the garage, back to the lumber under the tarp, and tell you how the whole thing ends, or, rather, how it doesn't. Chapter 18. A Decent Man. You remember the lumber. Marine plywood and white oak. Bought a board or 2 at a time over 9 years. Stacked under a tarp along the back wall of my father's garage, next to a bottom drawer holding boat plans gone soft at the folds. I told you in Chapter 2 that I'd come back for it, and I keep my promises out loud now, so let me tell you where the lumber is tonight. It's a boat. It's a 16-foot wooden sailboat, and it sits on a trailer in my own garage, hull white, trim the deep green Sam voted for, and her transom says, in letters I painted twice to get straight, Dolores W. The W is for my father's last name and mine, and the Dolores, well, Ray never saw the boat, but the boat exists because of him as much as anyone, and his daughter cried when I showed her, so I'd say the name landed true. I want to tell you about building it, because it turned out to be the final exam, and like everything on this road, it humbled me in a way I didn't see coming. 2 winters, my son and I'd kept the lumber all those years, moved it across town twice, couldn't build with it, couldn't burn it, a museum of my father's silence taking up a wall of my life, which is what inherited silence does, whether it's made of wood or not. In the spring after we buried my mother, With the rebuild years deep in me and the wanting muscle strong, I finally asked myself the question the whole notebook had been training me for. Do I actually want to build this boat? Or is even this, one more debt I think I owe somebody, a guilt monument, a performance for a dead man's approval? I sat with it honestly, because by then I knew the difference in my own hands. A want rises, an obligation presses, and I'm telling you this because I need you to know the tools keep working at every scale. It rose. God, it rose. I wanted that boat the way the boy on Delmore Street had wanted 100 things he never said, and so we built her, Sam and I. Badly in places, there's a scarf joint amidships that would make a real boatwright weep, and I left it visible, on purpose. My father would have machined it perfect, or died trying, or more likely, and this land's different now than it would have once, more likely he'd never have risked the cut at all. Perfect was one more place he hid. The joint stays. She floats anyway. That's most of what I know now, written in white oak. She floats anyway. We launched her on a Saturday in June, my wife on the dock, with her hand shading her eyes, my son at the tiller, and I want to give you one honest minute from the middle of that lake. Sam had the wind figured and the sail full, and Anna's laugh was coming across the water, and I sat on the rail of a boat my father wanted for 40 years, and I did not feel triumphant. I felt him. Felt how close he'd come. 9 years of boards, 200 feet from his own garage, and something in me said, clear as Ray ever said anything, this was always yours to finish. And grief and gratitude came through together the way they do when a thing is finally true. And I let both of them stay, out loud, on my face, in front of my family, an ex-nice guy's version of a trophy ceremony. My father gave me the disease and the lumber both. It took me 30 years to understand I got to choose which one was the inheritance. So, let me land this thing the way I promised in Chapter 1, no fairy tale, just the field report, and then I'll let you go, because you have a phone call, or a sentence or offense of your own waiting, and we both know it. Am I fixed? No, there is no fixed, and every program that sells you fixed is selling the cartoon in a new costume. The good boy is still in me. He's in me tonight. He assembled a people-pleasing sentence in my throat 2 days ago at the lumber yard, and I caught it at the teeth, the way I've caught 10,000 of them, and the catching is the life. What's different, and it's everything, is that he doesn't drive anymore. He's a passenger, an old, scared passenger I've learned to be kind to, because he was never the enemy. He was a boy doing his best in a kitchen he didn't design, and when he grabs for the wheel now, at some flash of disapproval in a room, some silence on a phone line, there's a man's hand already on it, and the man knows the guilt of doing different test, and the flinch window, and the price of a hidden want, and the man, most Thursdays, is sitting in a garage with 8 other men making sure his gauges still read true. And the accounting, the honest final accounting, looks like this. The rebuild cost me a 32-year friendship that was never what it claimed, one Thanksgiving in the family archive, a cousin's affection, and about 4 seconds of acute pain, a few thousand times over. It returned a marriage where the woman across the kitchen looks at me like there's somebody in the room, because there is. A son who asked a girl out in daylight at 17, who calls me from 2 states away and tells me true things, who will not need this book, work I signed my name to, a boat with a bad joint that floats, a funeral someday where I've got a fighting chance at the second sentence, and a self, a located, findable, fenceable self, where 50 years of performance used to stand. Every road in this book, walked backward, arrives at the same address I promised you in the first chapter, and now you've seen the whole territory, so I can say it plainly one last time, and you'll know it's not a slogan. Nice was never the price of love. Nice was the wall between me and every love I had. Before I send you off, let me walk back through the territory once, fast, the whole toolbox in one pass. Because you took this road with me over these hours, and you'll keep what you can carry. We started in the kitchen, the night the performance ended, and the first tool was the diagnosis itself, that niceness is not a virtue, it's a strategy, built by a smart, scared boy to buy safety in a house he didn't design. Honor the boy, retire the strategy. Then Delmore Street, where good boys come from, and the tool there is compassion with a spine. You didn't invent the program, and you're still the only one who can end it. Then the machinery, the silent bargain, every gift with a hook in it, and the test that never fails. If getting nothing back leaves you bitter, it was never a gift, it was a purchase. The ledger, where the unpaid invoices go, and its law. Resentment is the interest, and the only way to stop the interest is to stop the secret billing. Present your asks in daylight or drop them entirely. Nice is not kind. Raised driveway, the keel of the whole boat. Kind costs you, nice costs them, and the eulogy test waiting at the end to grade which one you practiced. The approval thermostat, still wired to a house you moved out of decades ago, and the question that unplugs it, what does disapproval actually cost me now? The orbit, the counterfeit friendship with a courtship hidden inside it, and the one-sentence cure, said in week 2, not year 2, with your name on it. What women actually do with nice guys, which is mostly accept, at face value, the price tag you wrote yourself, and the settling that happens when your disguise collides with her fatigue, both signatures on that contract. The cartoon and the true alpha, the loudmouth and the doormat, same scared man in different costumes, and the real thing underneath both, a man finished with the question of your grade, depth under the water, nothing to do with cruelty, everything to do with presence. The chase and the choice, the law I learned by accident. That anxious pursuit broadcasts an empty life, and an empty life is the one thing desire cannot land on, so you fill the Saturday first, and you carry a clipboard instead of an audition piece. Standards enforced with your feet, abundance as a full life and never a full bench. The modern game, the flooded market that is arithmetic and not a verdict on you. Investment matched instead of subsidized. The date arranged instead of the thread entertained. Fog is a no, feet over words, and chivalry that hosts instead of purchases. The man in the truck, your secret life as a fuel gauge, reading exactly how much of you has been evicted from your own days, and the only medicine that ever touched the shame underneath it, one true thing, said to one safe man, out loud, then the building tools. The no, delivered early, unpadded, followed by the flinch window, which always ends on its own. The want, dredged up with a pocket notebook, spoken with your name on it, restaurant by restaurant, Saturday by Saturday, until the compass works again. The desire that comes back when the fear and the ledger stop crushing it, approach instead of circling. The fence, if X, then I will Y, everything on your side of the line, held kindly through the weather, and raised test for the guilt that follows, Doing wrong survives daylight. Doing different evaporates in it. And the men, the corner, the circle, the calibration no man can do alone, because every instrument drifts, and the drift always favors the old program. That's all of it. That's everything I paid 30 years and printed here for the price of your attention. You want to know what to do tonight, and books like this usually hand you 10 steps here, so let me be the one book that respects you instead. You already know your first move. It rose up in you somewhere in these 3 hours. In one of these chapters, I'd bet my father's oak on it, the sandwich you'd have eaten, the friendship you already measured in your gut, the want you've been carrying in a bottom drawer, the man you could call, the sentence your marriage is starving for, the 11 words your dinner table needs. One of those went through you like current, and you know exactly which one, and everything you need for it fits in one line you can carry out of here. Say the true thing out loud, with your name on it, to the person it belongs to, today, before the flinch window closes, and then stand still and let the sky do whatever it does. It will hold. I've tested it from every angle a coward can devise, and I'm telling you, it holds. And when you've done it once, do it again tomorrow. That's the whole program. There was never anything else to it. No seminar, no cartoon, no secret. Just a man, saying true things, wanting out loud, holding his fences, keeping his people close and his ledger empty, until the performance quietly starves and the person underneath it stands all the way up. My name doesn't matter. We established that at the start I'm a retired engineer from a town you've never heard of. But my father was the nicest man anyone ever knew, and I was well on my way to the same epitaph, and instead, tonight, there's a boat in my garage with a visible flaw, and a dead woman's name on the transom, and a wife asleep upstairs who knows exactly who's in the house with her, and 9 chairs in the corner waiting for Thursday, and I am not the nicest man in town, thank God, not anymore. I'm something my father never got the chance to be, and Ray always was, and you, starting tonight, are one true sentence away from becoming a decent man, a whole one, with edges. Go say your sentence. And if it helps, somewhere out on a lake you've never heard of, there's a 16-foot sailboat that took 2 generations too long to build, catching wind. She floats anyway, friend. So will you.